to getting into our game.
How do you say train in French?
Hi.
Train.
Whoa.
Nasally.
That's correct.
Time? Wait, is it really? Is it time?
Yeah, to say train as a goblin would, and
Say
boom.
it, say it again.
Le train?
Le train.
The R, and that's it.
Le train.
Okay.
It's
Yeah, the
literally
whole
the
thing
same
in French
word
is
because it
that just
wasn't
like
invented in
make the
France.
last 2/3 of it silent, just le train, and boom, that's a train.
The
How do
train.
we-
That's
how do
baguette.
we- Another question for the smart boys. How do we use robots to undo the French entirely?
Undo them?
Undo them, like a big undo button, a robotic undo button, if you will.
If you enabled French people to do nothing but indulge themselves in wine, bread, and poetry, eventually they would just destroy themselves.
Sure. But what about
Doesn't
all the
work
things
so
they like
far.
left behind, like the language and New Orleans,
It
or
would
New
fade away.
Orleans, if you will?
Yeah, it would fade away in time. The issue is every time you try and force French people to do anything, you reignite their self-hatred, and nothing is more powerful than the self-hatred of a Frenchman.
Well, the thing is that they all hate themselves until someone else does something like kind of against French, and then they can unite for a weekend and like execute everybody, and then then they're back to hating each other. So I think the idea is, I think the French people will just go away if you just don't give them an enemy for a while.
That's kind of like
It's way
Canadians.
less cozy.
They will get bored and just start killing each other.
No, I mean, all of Quebec has the entire world against, to
True.
hate, so.
Yeah, I don't think you
the
can.
whole world has
The
Quebec to hate.
cockroaches of the French world.
They make
give
their
it
own
up.
enemies. I went to Spain, and the French part of Spain, my sister speaks very fluent Spanish, but they would not talk to her in Spanish because it was not their kind of Spanish. They're just
Sounds like
assholes.
That's correct.
I don't know what it is with the French. Okay, to be fair, the Louisiana Creole French influence is actually more welcoming than any other version of French than I've ever run into.
Yeah, they're the
Well,
only
They
good
think
ones.
they're better than you.
They're
They're
the only
good
good
ones.
Yeah, the American
The
ones,
American
essentially.
ones.
Yeah,
You
they
can
do
stay.
better.
You gave us Gambit.
Yeah,
I like
you gave us
Gambit.
You
Gambit
gave
and
us
Rogue.
Remy LeBeau.
That's true.
That's my guy.
Uh,
My dude.
Well, that being said, how about we get back into tonight's game? Because there's a lot to get into after what we left off on, which I shall now remind thee of. So, last time we picked up at a pretty perilous moment as a number of the group were engaging some phase spiders who, well, dodged a rather tricky barrel effect using well, some of them did. One of them did burn to a crisp, and then another one fell into the fire or something. Yeah, something like that happened. Barrels, basically barrels. After fighting through the under bits here, the rest of the group kind of being split up a little bit, Tillis wandering over to checking various rooms. Well, yeah, this kind of all happened at the same time. Yeah, so it was pretty back to back actually, from spider fight ending. Actually, yeah, one of the spiders was still fleeing while the shadows from another room were triggered from the room with the cultist, or the holy symbol, I should say. Yeah, there was the shadows. They were angry about the same time, and around the same point, the various harpies led by Euphemia were also being assaulted, or at least
Aggroed.
aggravated. That's a good way to put it. It was a lot of aggros, a lot of just general going around and aggroing everything that you
The whole
could in
dungeon.
the most. Yeah, just go in, pull it all into one space. And that's kind of what happened. So while we were kind of sandwiched between an iron door, a bunch of angry harpies, and a series of shadows that could potentially kill Cassandra within a few hits, the power of hallways was displayed. A little bit of clever tactical positioning and hiding under the blanket allowed a
Safety
number of these
blanket.
shadows to be pulled into this room, and Tillis, being the tactical fella he is, wasn't gonna stop for just one party member to kill all these shadows. They were they're a bigger threat. He analyzed the threat, analyzed the cost. He's like, well, worst case, we lose one, and the rest of us don't die. And that's a fair point. And with the powerful, what's that spell called?
Aether Lance.
Aether Lance. Good name. Power of Kibble's Tasty Brews, I believe, is the name of that home brewer. Good stuff.
Yep. Kibble's Tasty's generic spells.
Yeah. Aether Lance destroyed a number of these shadow creatures, and then in subsequent rounds, a number more. The rest were dispersed, and then the battle sort of shifted into the room of the Harpies, which after a time led on and on to some incredibly unfortunate rolls for a lot of the Harpies there. I believe they were mostly missing everything they did there, despite all of the things they had going for them, which was quite impressive. The Harpies were slain, the leader was destroyed, and the group then began to start their investigations, just as Walter took a moment to recuperate from the battle. The others uncovered a little bit of stuff that we'll probably get into right now at this point. Jumping back in, let's pull you back over here. The two of you, Cassandra and Tillis, have just finished kind of examining this area that had the various blood extraction tools, the two separated vials, one seemingly of celestial blood and was contained in like a magical vessel, and another seemingly mundane blood stored in a red vessel. While you were all doing that, while you were kind of checking this out, Tillis, of course, found his special book, and Marjolaine was going off with the wolf. You were going to go and believe you were trying to sniff out the Oathbow shard.
Yeah, the
believe.
wolf had used the shards we have to get a scent and is trying to look for the other pieces.
Absolutely. So, the first thing I would kind of jump to is Marjolaine. We're going to kind of go into here. The wolf leads you into this chamber here, and kind of is sniffing around, and is trying to get a scent for where the scent it's following might be. And it sniffs around this door, and it paws at it, but it seems this door is locked.
Right, this is the one door we haven't opened. Can you just remind me what the deal is with the door? Does it have a huge padlock on it? I can't remember.
Yeah, no, this has a classical like keyhole like into the door handle kind of thing. It is just a simple wooden door that looks to be relatively secure. Actually, the lock looks like it's meant to keep out intruders as much as it is to provide privacy. So it is a fairly secure lock and door, but it has worn down with some age, which has made it a little easier to break / work around, but it is still an obstacle nonetheless.
Okay. Let's see. I didn't take thieves' tools with Marshall. It felt unfair. Seeing that the door is locked and that Wolf does not seem to have a plan to get inside, Marshall will start walking
It
back.
whimpers and whines as it claws at the door and then doesn't understand why it isn't being let in.
Marshall's gonna make her way back towards those that may have tools to enter doors.
The dog looks at you longingly as you wander away and starts to follow.
All right.
Did you guys
And
take
it
a
thinks of its command and it looks back towards the door and just kind of sits and lays in a defensive position waiting here.
Did you guys take a short rest at the end of last session? Because I had to leave at 11.
We did, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we did. We did.
Okay.
So you
So
go
I go ahead
and
and
apply that.
apply that.
Absolutely. Because that was the entire intent of Walter chilling out after that fight. He got a little heart beat up.
How do I apply the Song of Rest that I see in the chat?
Just on one of the rolls, I think you can add a situational bonus. It otherwise just
Oh, yeah,
roll
I
a
see it.
d6. It's just
Okay.
it's not a d6 per hit dice. It's just a single extra d6.
At this level, okay.
So if you want, you can just straight up roll a d6 in chat and just heal yourself for that amount, and then do your hit dice. That's probably easier.
So after a time, Marjolaine returns, and Marjolaine, you see, I believe you guys. What did you? Well, I'll ask now. What did you guys take? What have you guys already taken from this scene?
Oh, that is something. I took the book, and then if I get even a couple pages in and I get to what I see, then I would come over here and immediately start taking blue vials.
There is only the one blue vial.
Oh, okay. Well, then I take
that is
that.
full. The rest are empty.
I
The
take
rest
that
are
one.
empty. Like they're okay, cool. So yeah, you would have had time to have the blue and possibly the red vial if you wanted, if either of you wanted. But it is just
Yeah, Tess
blue
hasn't read the book at all, so-
vial, magical blue vial of celestial blood.
I assume that Tillis was like skimming through the book while Tess was removing the head of this lady.
Yeah, and you have that in your inventory, I see.
Yeah, I do. But yeah. That
You
probably
hear
happened little
a
bit ago.
sputtering, a haggard cough coming from this direction. Did you see that? Did I click that? Did that look?
Yep.
Yeah,
From
I
this
saw it.
way. Yes.
Well, actually, as they walk away, I think if Marjolaine goes too, I think Tillis will kind of open up the book and start going over a little bit with Tess of what he's read.
Just trade it.
Yeah.
I'll skim it and give it back.
Here you go. A
Just
trade
before
feature coming into. Oh, love it,
Mhm,
love it.
mhm.
That's
magic of trade.
No,
before
now we're
Marshall
on
heads
sea.
back. There's a locked door. Did either of you find something to open it with?
If you have the tools, I can attempt it. I've used them before.
Walter, just to kind of describe what you see here. You see water is dripping from a crack in the ceiling into a barrel here. That is what
What
this
is that
barrel
open?
is. Inside of this cage, this door, there's a locked cell door in front of you as well.
Okay,
and
that's-
behind, yeah, exactly. And behind, but you can see through it. And behind that, there is a middle-aged human who is bound in chains, kind of by his hands, hanging in a cage, kind of bound at the very top. He is just haggard. His arms are kind of turning purple from just the constant hanging. And around the wrists is getting real rough. And he looks, well, near death is the best way to put it. It looks like he's just barely conscious, not really conscious, but kind of like a little bit in and out of it.
We've got a live one.
better go see what that's about.
Tassa's gonna stay behind and read the book a little bit.
Oh,
I don't wanna
you
find the
also
key.
notice something probably I should have mentioned first. He's missing a leg. Looks like it's been recently amputated and then hastily burned off at the end.
Alive
Somebody's
what?
hanging in there. He's still alive. I can see him breathing. Did anybody find a key?
What kind of door is
No.
this?
This is a similar cell door to like this door over here.
Okay.
The same kind you squeeze through with your.
I don't have a
small
key, but I can probably get this open. And then I would just like to reduce the door.
It is an object that is neither worn nor carried. So it shrinks down.
Or you can just step over it. Might as well be unlocked.
Genius.
Falls down and it falls out of the socket because there's nothing holding it there anymore.
Walter's just gonna move it like to the side of the door in case the spell ends and it like wedges itself in place.
Yeah, you just pick it up. It's tiny now. It's like a little dollhouse door almost, and you put it over.
That's a pretty neat trick.
Yeah, well. Easy to do.
He's gonna come in and go, "Hey, what's your name?"
He looks kind of like blinking in and out, and just. Oh. As he opens his eyes.
Who?
Who's there? I can't see.
Walter's gonna take some water, sort of splash it on his face. I'm assuming he's got like mud and blood covering his eyes.
It's pretty bad as you. Where? Creatures, stay back. I will keep what I have of me. Still, it is mine. You cannot have it. You cannot take any more. The man seems quite delirious still.
Is there a key required for the thing holding him hanging, or is it just like locks on the outside of it? Like
He is in a
mechanical?
locked cage, which does have a lock that would kind of need to be unlocked, and the manacles that he is held by also would need to be unlocked. So there were two series of locks here.
And just because I had to leave a little quickly, did anybody actually search the harpy bodies?
Does anyone remember searching the bodies? I remember beheading one of the bodies,
liberated the head of one of them.
but I don't know if searching the bodies happened yet.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think it did.
Walter's gonna turn to Marceline and say, "Keep an eye on him. Make sure he doesn't die. I'm gonna go see if I can find a key." And he's gonna go out to try and ruffle through the bodies to see if he can find the key for the cage and the manacles, which he's assuming would be on Euphemia's dead body.
Go ahead and
He's
make
the boss
a
harpy?
yeah. Go ahead and make a investigation check. Just kind of search through all the bodies. I'll tell you what you find
And,
through all of them.
Tilsa's gonna throw it in like, if you happen to find a blue vial, I'll take it.
Marjolin, as you approach, you hear, Zatara? Is that you? Darling, are you still there? I thought they took you.
No. You have the wrong name.
It sounds...
Am I able to reach through the bars?
Yeah, you can.
I'll just lay a hand on whatever is available.
And then as you reach through, I think that's you, Zatara. I cannot hear. I cannot see. I only sense. I'm lost. I need you. need you to come back so I can find my way back. Please, please, help me.
Right this. No, I don't have. I'm resistant to disease. I don't have a sense for disease. Okay, I'm just gonna.
Well, in that vein, can Tillis do a medicine check to kind of see what might be wrong with this guy?
Go ahead and make a medicine check there, Tillis.
Oh,
Oof. Well,
My boy.
besides the obvious, that being missing a leg, it looks like a lot of his body has been disfigured and cut in various ritualistic ways. His chest is actually carved with various profane symbols of likely a dark god. It
I know
is
that-
a graphic scene of both ritualism, barbarism, and cannibalism,
can I
perhaps.
now roll a religion because I have the book with the god's name and the symbol now? I think that's the god's name. I don't know.
To try to like see if you can.
What I know about this guy. What do I know about the god?
Did I already tell you things?
I don't
Didn't
think so. I would have wrote it down.
Did I not? Did I?
You
I
did
meant
Zon
to.
Kuthon, I think, but this guy's different. His name is in this other book.
Ah, I see. I see where you're getting the symbology. It does seem to be that of Zon Kuthon
Oh, okay.
on this individual. That makes that easier. I see. Gotcha.
Is that anything that Marjolaine would recognize, or is this more less common?
Have you rolled on any of this symbology yet?
I don't think I've seen any of it.
Yeah,
I
she
don't-
hasn't
I
seen
mean,
the
this is the
book.
first time, so you can make a religion check.
Sure.
Self roll.
My bad.
It's all good. 14. Given your history, given your background, it is likely you would know of some of the darker gods. You would be familiar. This is a lot of the symbology is representative of Zon Kuthon. What you know. How much meta things did you know? You overheard some of the meta information what I said, right, last game? It's
Yeah.
been like 2 weeks. Okay, cool. You would be familiar pretty much baseline, same level that Cassandra and Tillis are, I think, at this point. Maybe they might have a little more, if I remember right.
A little more what?
Context.
Mhm.
Okay. Seeing this and sort of understanding the symbology.
Let me reiterate, actually. That's better here. Just to kind of give a clear lens and as a kind of a reminder here. You know that Zon Kuthon, out of many of the outsider gods, possesses one of the most twisted and evil minds. His position as god of pain is well earned, and he has been the root of countless tortures, murders, and worse throughout time. You would know that he is commonly worshipped by sadists and masochists for obvious reasons there. And while you don't know the specifics, you know this wasn't always his form. He didn't start out this corrupted, this dark, but you don't remember the specifics of it. You don't know the fine details, but there's something there. And it should be said, the others of you, if I didn't mention that before, you would also, if I didn't say that or more, which I might have, because again, it was a minute ago.
We got his sibling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You two would know, and like I think that I'll just gotta be a little more clear here because I'm being very cryptic. I'm pretty sure with Tillis, if you found out the information about the sibling name, you would know that other name you found.
Hmm.
Do you have that name?
It's in the book. I don't have the book on me.
Yeah.
Tess has it.
That other name. That was the original name of Zombie
Mm-hmm.
before he shifted.
Gotcha.
Excuse me, Walter.
Yeah.
Marshland will. Can I use a healer's kit on this guy, or is it just like not enough space for me to actually help him at all?
Through treating the wounds through this, through the cages here would be tricky. You could do a medicine check with disadvantage to do the treat wounds feature for over a minute. Or treat wound action.
I think
Can
it makes sense,
Tillis try to
so I'll
help?
just let things go on.
Or can Tillis try? He's got smaller hands.
I mean, have I found a key with a 16 or no?
Good point. As you're searching around here, you did end up finding a few things. One, you did find a rusty key ring kind of attached to the belt, or kind of the waist of Euphemia here. It seems to have a few keys on it. In addition, you do notice a particularly spectacular plume on Euphemia's body that sparkles and reflects like a galaxy. It's very pretty. It probably fetch a nice price. You can add a feather of Euphemia to your inventory as well. That's worth about 150 gold.
Nice.
Sorry, Oog, can I ask you just to spell out the name that the guy said?
Yes.
Thank you.
Would that just be adding a trinket and then adding a gold point to it?
Mhm.
Anything that works. Like the items can be very nebulous for, like, especially if I tell you add this to your inventory. As long as you have a
In your
note
loot
that has weight
section,
and
you
value.
can literally
probably
just
good.
click add, and it will create like it'll just make an item in there called new item, and you can just rename it and change its value.
Exactly.
Oh, I see it.
Basically, it's like a weird way to take notes.
Yeah, and it's cool because like makes a little item card, and then you can hand it to other players now with the trade feature. It's great. It's really great. Keeps up where, helps keep up where stuff is, if that makes sense. Good inventory management stuff.
Would this have a weight, or is it still
Uh,
relevant?
This is specifically the feather. It's irrelevant. Yeah, it's like 0.1 you can put on there. If you
Who's this man? What's his deal? Does he matter?
He may. He's looking for someone.
His
This is
jaw
someone
just
who
kind of
we care
hangs
to find?
slack, and his head tilted to the side. He seems to be trying to look, but as he widens his eyes, you see they're just filmed over, just this solid white film directly over.
Does he have any puncture marks?
From what was your medicine check? 7? You can like examine, and you do see some signs of something that did puncture in, but the specificity of like how wide it is rough. It doesn't look like a fang or any of the harpies like claws though. Yeah.
I think I
Who's this
found the
person he wants
keys.
to find, and why do we care?
Who's that? Zatara, are they coming back?
If you have keys, then try them.
Yeah, Walter's gonna walk up and try and open the cage.
It takes a few, try of keys. Eventually, you find one that opens the cage.
Do you think Tara's the one over there?
That'd be
There
my
doesn't-
unfortunate guess. And then Walter will undo the manacles and try and like lay him down.
Yeah. As you the same process of finding the key, but as you find the key and he falls and collapses, and then like it almost falls onto your arms as you kind of get around him, and he is lowered onto the ground, and he just kind of curls up a little bit into a instinctive fetal position a little bit, and just kind of looking up at all of you, or looking towards at least all of you. And, come back for more. You can't have it. And he tries to flail and tries to struggle, but he doesn't have enough fight in him for it to matter.
Marshall will kneel down, sort of like he's like a regular size human, right?
Yeah, he's a human.
Okay.
Probably about
She'll
5'11".
Okay. She'll sort of just she'll actually sit down and sort of put him lay his head in her lap as she pulls out her medicine kit, just to sort of like just to cover up the symbols and try and give. Does he feel cold? Like, does it feel like he's fucking 100% dying?
It's a little chilly. He looks like he's lost a lot of blood. His skin is, and you notice too, Tillis. He's not doing good.
He probably needs a blood transfusion. There's a machine over there, but I don't know, Phil. I don't know. The woman there might have been related. She could be a match.
If this individual is important enough, I can apply a potion of sorts to at least knock him out for around 8 hours.
Words
To put less strain on his body if he's unconscious.
They bleed through. I feel more.
I know he can't see. When Walter washed his eyes, are his eyes damaged, or is it clearly like a curse-like effect that is causing him to be blind?
Make an Arcana check or a religion check.
Probably better at Arcana. Only marginally.
You look him over and try to kind of glean any sort of magical effects versus physical damage, kind of, if you can find any differentiation. His eyes do look very, what would be described as like extreme cataract, like where it's, you know, it does seem like a natural cause, but with a man of this age, it seems highly unlikely. That leads you to believe that this kind of rapid aging of the eyes would likely be some sort of magical curse or effect that is tied to some sort of thing. It would explain his strange sensory issues, as it were, as well.
Guess, Morla, that he may know more about what the Harpies were hiding in the ruins. Apparently they wanted something from him that he wasn't willing to give up.
Can I make an insight check on Tillis?
What about there? You know how this goes by
Mook
now.
knows. Mook knows what she's trying to incite. 100%.
Yeah,
I
sure.
guess as subtle as possible.
Do you know how to do the checks, right? One of you makes a check, one of you makes the check hidden, etc., etc. Because
Okay.
utilities,
I
you make
do.
your...
Private.
Yep, absolutely. And then you ultimately decide what information is revealed here. And this is a very unique context, so consider that with these rolls, because I kind of see what you're all getting at there.
You don't get any sinister vibes from him. It's more of a wanting to try something.
You said that they want something from him.
He was muttering something about that. When he thought
Perhaps so
we
do we.
were-
Listen,
I believe he has your shards.
No. Not for me.
I don't know if we have time for this. I think we have to get him on that table and get more blood in him as soon as possible.
You got blood to spare?
there's some vials over there.
Good enough. Walter's gonna pick him up by his armpits and start dragging him out.
As you lift him up, take some time, but you can do it easily enough. You're going to take him over to the table.
Yep.
Just
I guess
move him over.
I guess I'll
He's
go the way
fast.
that there's less corpses in my way.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And as Tillis is walking, he is like using prestidigitation to like get his hands clean, and he's walking like a surgeon.
Hands up.
Yep. He's getting ready. He's prepping for surgery.
You see him sniff. Zatara, I smell you.
He's like,
You're close.
perfect. We've got a match.
Where,
Right, someone get that body off the table.
where are you?
Walter's gonna sort of like gently drop him and then just like pull her off to the side and lean her up against the wall.
And then, yeah, Tillis wants to try to figure out this machine and figure out where he can, if he could take blood out, he assumes he can put blood in. So he's going to try to
Pretty
figure out.
simple device. You
Yeah.
like from your previous check that you made on it, you understand how to operate it. You can use this device to transfuse blood from people, and it can also be used to separate any residual celestial or aberrant, we'll say, materials.
Okay.
But it is tuned currently to celestial.
Can he do both at the same time? Kind of like the plasma machines that like take out the plasma and then put the blood back in. Like I want to at once
No,
give
it's a
him.
one-way street.
What's up?
It's a one-way street. You can either give or receive.
Okay. Well, he's just. Oh. Oh no. Okay. All right. I'll give. I'll give the blue.
Mhm.
I want to see what the
Walter-
blue vial does with him.
Walter gets him strapped into place and is watching and he goes, "Isn't blood supposed to be red?"
Yeah. Well, his stuff is special. Hypothetically.
Just to re-describe, the blood in the vial is red. The vial
Yeah.
itself is blue.
Oh, okay.
Just to make sure, yeah. But it looks bluish
Yeah.
because of the vial. But yes. So as you take this extraction of celestial blood, are you putting it all in there?
He wants to put it all in there, but he's gonna like watch him and see if he like starts seeing improvements and he thinks like he gets the vibe that that's good enough. He'll try to keep as much as he can.
The time goes, the drip goes on. No, I'll say it at like increments. 10% in, no signs of improvement or change. 20% in, no signs. 30% in, no signs. 40% in, still no signs. 50% in, still no signs. 60% in, still no signs. 70% in, still no signs. 80% in, still no signs.
Yeah, he's gonna go all the way.
90%. 100%. And then after it all is filtered in, a few minutes pass.
He'll also go for some red too.
I should have filtered that in. A few minutes pass with the blood drip from the red.
Sort of deferring to your medical expertise here, kid. But
Pick a number between 1 and 300. First number I hear is the one I'm going with.
74.
Okay.
That's the wrong number.
As you start to wait to see for results, you see there's something strange. Under his torso, like under his shirt, kind of like this little like bubble starts to appear. it like grows and expands. Like if you've ever seen like a lasagna that you've microwaved in the microwave a little bit too long, you see like the cheese bubbling at the surface. It kind of looks like that popping up as it.
If you've ever seen a frog, ever, it's like that.
It's like that.
Maybe not the microwave lasagna business, but just if you've ever seen a frog or a cartoon of a frog.
I like the microwave lasagna one because it's more appropriate for the smell.
Sure.
With the
Oh,
smell,
it smells like
it's
lasagna.
boiling?
It's smelling a little warm in here, a little, and you hear like a sizzling kind of noise as it underneath the shirt.
I'm moving away. I'm running. I'm turning off the machine and leaving.
Walter's gonna stand exactly where he is.
It eventually settles.
Tillis looks from around the corner. Is he okay?
He looks a little better. I mean, he looks a little better.
He's gonna tentatively walk forward.
Was the bubble?
A little more color has returned to his flesh.
Did the bubble have a certain color that peeked through his skin, or just like?
No one pulled the shirt back, so it
you said it was blue.
underneath the shirt. You just saw the
I think
shirt
once
bit
it's-
pushing up.
Started to deflate, Walter would have taken a peek.
As it was going away, you would have noticed a kind of bluish coloration to it.
I don't
Can
think
I-
the blue stuff was blood.
It was just special.
Can I use my divine sense? Does there seem to be anything inside of this guy?
Yeah, there's a faint celestial presence coming from within him, especially centered around that like bubble area on his chest.
And does that seem separate from him, or is it just like him?
It seems like it's slowly integrating, and they're becoming one and the same.
How strange. And did the markings on his chest, did those close at all, or he still looks the same, right?
You try to examine some of the profane symbols. Some of them have been just warped and slashed out by some strange means. Others have been disfigured and warped, but none of them look the same.
Oh, that is interesting.
Walter's leaning over. Can either of you cure blindness or deafness? It doesn't look natural.
I feel stronger. I feel better, but I can't see. Can I hear? And you see him kind of tilt his head and cock it forward.
Hello?
No response, no reaction, just he lays back down.
Tillis pokes him with the barrel of his gun.
Creature, what dark experiments do you perform now?
Hey, I fixed you.
Vile beast.
I think he
don't
can
know
hear
what
your
you want
righteous
from me.
indignation.
Oh well. If we can't fix it, then that's just how he is for now. But Tillis is now very fascinated with this machine. How big is it?
Very
It's
big.
the size of this table.
Yeah, that's the first thing you asked last time.
I know it
The
is,
answer was
but I want to
real
ask
big.
again because I'm
I
thinking about
wanted a new answer.
I'm thinking about reducing it and putting it in the handy haversack, but I don't know if that'll work.
Is that a
I'm having
permanent
trouble
spell?
coming out.
No, it's not. But I figure once it's in, I don't know if it breaks the bag. I don't know how these things work.
I
I mean, if
find
it
out.
breaks the bag, we all go to the astral plane, right?
It's just the handy haversack.
It hurts.
Spells and extra dimensional spaces work weird, as something Rodori told you. Be careful.
Okay, well then that is not my plan because that is not careful. But he's like breathing okay. Like things seem steady.
He looks pretty healthy. Looks like he'll survive now. Like you kind of like check.
How's his leg looking?
Yeah, as you kind of look, it's interesting. As you peel it back, it was a bloody stump before, but now it looks like it's kind of healed over. It looks like a lot of the wounds have closed, and just kind of weeks of progress have been made on the healing front there. Or, for you guys at night. Night of sleep.
That's right. It's like
Feel
you took a
better.
long rest all of a sudden.
What was in that vial that you gave to him?
Celestial blood.
A waste, if you ask me. Hopefully this man's worth it.
I just wanted to confirm the
Sorry.
results.
Celestial, like mortal celestial, or like god blood?
It's distilled, so god blood.
What was the outcome you were testing for?
He's healed. He looks better than ever. Well, besides the leg.
I think it's extractable
Interesting.
once it gets better.
Sorry, what was that?
You think it's extractable once he gets better?
I'm sure it
Pretty
is.
handy tool to have.
You mean to take the blood back from a dying man?
Not when he's dying. When he gets better, I said. Long way to go to have something that's gonna take somebody back from the brink of death.
So you would kill a man that you had just saved
Naughty,
for
naughty.
a drop of blood?
No, literally listen to what I'm saying. When he's better and he has more blood, I'm wondering if it's possible to extricate it from him.
Yes, and that's what I said. Would take the blood from a man you had saved.
As Marjolaine looks at you, if she is not looking at Tillis, he's nodding. Yes, it's possible.
I guess that's a philosophical question for the age, isn't it then? Walter's gonna slowly make eye contact with you, Tellies.
Well,
It's
now that
actually not a bad plan to use this man's body as a sort of farm.
Did you say bomb?
Farm.
Oh, I thought you said bomb. I was like, hold on, I feel like I missed something about God's
No,
blood.
been there, done that already.
well, hypothetically, if she
Been
had
there,
some
done that.
inside of her,
A
you might
dead
have
body
even
corpse
more.
of chemicals.
You can't truly be thinking of farming a person.
I mean, you would
Killing
need
him,
you.
that'd be a waste, but as he produces more, take bit by bit. And if this stuff does what I believe Tillis and I think it does, could save a lot of people. At little to no expense of this man. Just a donation every now and then.
It's the same as any blood donation. I mean, the idea is you take blood from one person, put it into another. A person doesn't need all of their blood. It's
Like,
really
you
common
don't know
practice.
about that sort of
Donations.
thing.
Are consensual. I'd find it hard to believe that this man would allow you to
I
constantly
think
take his blood.
voluntary is the word you're looking for, not consensual.
You believe you cannot consent to donation?
No, I'm saying a donation is voluntary. Consensual implies that. I don't think that's.
That
the
you
definition.
provide your consent? You confuse me. We're arguing semantics right now. We are arguing.
Everything's an argument of semantics. Live, die. Win the battle, lose the battle. Win the war, lose the war.
If you see the good it can do for one person, why wouldn't I want to share it with others? Just a little bit of blood could help who knows how many. That was with a full vial. We could try parsing it out.
The question is, were they extracting or experimenting?
That is the question.
If they were once mages, and there are now these creatures.
You
I
see, he
believe the
falls
answer is-
asleep.
So
Alright.
we're taking him, yes.
Certainly
Few
won't be
moments
leaving him
pass.
here.
Great.
And there's
I
a little
mean-
bit of radiant light peeking out from underneath his eyelids.
He's sleeping like an angel.
I don't think usual, like mortal people shine when they sleep, right? Granted, I haven't spent a lot of time in temples or.
You hear a faint humming coming from the center of his chest.
Yeah, I want to put my ear against it.
And you hear it closer.
I'm just gonna
It's like
step
a
back.
trapped bee.
Like a big bee stuck inside of his chest
Oh
cavity.
God.
Like a sexy bee with whips. God blood.
It's all Calistria from here.
You know, it's all Calistria.
The only god that I'll simp for.
Yeah, I took my head away, but I'm watching and writing things down in my notebook.
The chest begins to rise again.
He takes a small step behind Marjolin.
You see the shirt expands so much that the shirt rips away, and now the flesh is exposed. This bluish mass kind of engorging in his torso. These pustules, I describe them as like appear on the side of him, but when they leak, they don't leak gross, disgusting yellow pus. They leak this white, pure fluid of just utmost beauty. It looks like the most clean milk you've ever seen.
He's lactating.
As the pustules, the what would you call this?
Baby bump.
Yeah, the baby bump begins
This
to sort of like
pregnancy
leak.
of stuff.
Thank you. It begins to leak. That's what I was looking for. That's exactly it. Well, it begins to like leak full of this fluid, and it begins to deflate as it leaks this fluid, and it starts to just pool out all around him.
Does he seem to be alive? Like if I push my fingers to his neck?
You hear him like as he's
Oh,
like kind
he's
of
like
like
seething.
struggling to breathe in this moment.
With a quick assessment, is there anything that seems like I can help his breathing? Like, is his torso being crushed?
Medicine check.
Can I try as well?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry.
Always on that self check.
Yeah.
Nice.
Ooh, it's looking rough. Like, maybe a tracheotomy, like kind of getting like a tube in the neck might help here. Who knows?
All right, I've got a calligrapher's supplies, so I definitely have a pen. Let's do it.
So, jamming the needle or the pen doesn't require much force, but none of the procedure to know how to do it. You do know how to do it. You shove it in and then pull whatever little bits out to like make the airflow possible. You're
And the whole time he's
Just a
keeping
little bit.
his hand with his ring on him.
Seems to be helping a little bit, but you ultimately hear a final. And then his eyes roll back, and he is dead.
Okay, ring thing, please.
Yep. You'll suck him up. All of you see this, like as the final breath leaves him, it almost becomes wispy in nature, and it almost appears ethereal, and as it is drawn into the ring around Tillis' finger as you suck it up.
As I said, a waste. Just took a little bit longer to prove me right than I expected.
Do I recognize what's going on, or is it just like a weird scene?
probably have a pretty good
make
idea.
a religion check.
I mean, you're very aware that this ring is
Yeah.
demonic / reacts very badly to holy water, whatever that means.
That's true.
Would I recognize that as I, the player, am guessing a phylactery, because of a Dracolich patron, or is that a roll I would need to make?
It's definitely got something to do with soul magic. You would recognize that much.
Would Arcana be correct there if I'm trying to guess on
Discern
that?
more about the nature of that. Religion would be more appropriate,
Original.
but Arcana I would accept, but it's a higher DC.
I think I'm gonna go with Arcana, even though I don't like I don't think I'll get it rolling Arcana. I would probably have a better chance just rolling a random religion. But I think for Walter it makes more sense. Like he basically got
Approaching it that
Lord,
way.
yeah, he got Lord dumped a bunch of like super evil magic secrets when he came back from the dead, and that's sort of his only jumping off point.
Oh,
It's rough.
bounced off the 20 for me.
Yeah, it did too for me too. That's unfort. It's rough. You definitely sense some sort of soul magic going on there. And Marjolin with your 20 though. You're a little more intimately familiar with this process. This soul, that thing you're seeing there, that is a soul. That is a soul being extracted from a dying being. That soul is meant, well, if the three were still around, it would go back into the cycle that was put in place for Agravar, but that stage is now long past. In modern age, in the theologists believe, when a soul goes, it is going to the boneyard. It is going to join Pharasma and her and those of other planes in their various judgments. It goes to the outsider gods effectively. But that process has just been interrupted. And that transition has been halted. It is instead, that soul has been stored, has been taken, put away in whatever Tillus has around his finger.
More
It's Marjolin.
carrying heads still.
Oh, sorry, what?
I was asking Cassandra if she was still collecting heads.
If you think it's worth it, but his might not be worth the wait. What do you care?
Want to know what the hell the Harpies apparently wanted from him. If they know enough to have an Oathbow shard, I want to know what the hell he's carrying that they were so interested in. They tortured it out of him.
I mean, do whatever you wish. Just know that he's lower on my priority list.
I mean,
But I
what's
can
the
speak
wait
to him
list?
eventually.
2 heads, 3 heads?
2 thus far. He would be the third.
Make him number 3. And Walter's gonna start the grisly work of politely beheading a corpse.
There you go. With Binka's head here, you notice as you extract it, something's different about this head than the other heads. As you pull it away and kind of look at it, he just died, but it's much more lifeless than you would expect. It looks desiccated a little bit.
I would have thought Godblood would have done a better job of preservation, but I guess not. Yeah, he's gonna throw it in the head sack. He had a clean sack at the start of running with this crew, and now it's just become the head sack, and he's very disappointed because it was a nice sack.
And now it's carrying multiple heads.
I assume that it's just the blood's probably from the mother's side. He's probably not got any. His body rejected it.
I'll ask her myself.
You said his name was Binka?
Binka.
Binka?
Yeah. I don't remember saying that, but so there you go. But that is it. So there you go. I feel like you just kind of read my mind there. I
No,
don't
you
know.
said it.
I said it? When did I say it?
He just said Binka's head or something.
Oh, I did?
Yeah, you didn't spell it, but you're
Interesting.
like, when I collected his head, you're
Binka.
like, yeah, you have Binka's head. And I was like,
Oh, interesting.
I was
It's
assuming I just
Binka.
missed it when he said it earlier.
No, it's Binka. That's his name. I don't remember. I didn't think I said it. I was waiting for it to say. Cause like I feel like someone would have mentioned it when I said it. But yeah, his name's Binka. That's said.
Where are those shards?
Where them shards at?
Wolf was trying to get through a door. I was coming back to look for a key.
Okay, well,
I've got keys now. Where is this door? Walter's just gonna hold up his jangly, rusting ring of keys.
before we leave though, is this projector anything, or is this just a lantern?
The wolf is barking at you, kind of playfully, to Sandra. This projector?
Yeah.
It's a projector. It's a wondrous artifice projector that displays a black and white image of 3 young apprentice mages studying together in a library.
Oh, okay. I think yeah, okay.
He was following the wrong person. Did Marjolaine start moving towards wherever?
Nope.
Marjolin's still there.
I guess I'm just looking for the dog then, the wolf.
Oh, that was odd.
Yeah, Till's gonna walk up to the wolf and be like, all right, where is it?
Goes up to this door, sniffs at it. Marjolaine, what are you doing over here?
I just
Can you show me?
want to put these 2 bodies together.
Like that?
And this basement is like stone, right? It's not packed earth or anything.
Correct. This is like a stone kind of. It looked like it probably at one time was nice, but has been covered by grime and filth and blood over so long that it's lost its niceness.
Marshall's just gonna make a sort of area where fire won't catch in the entirety of this building. And just start to build a small funeral pyre for these poor people. She figures people will know how to find a wolf without her help.
On the table. No.
Absolutely. You kind of construct it on
Marjolaine starts
the,
breaking the table
construction
apart from firewood.
which, yeah, you're building it on the table, which has all the machinery for the blood transfusion stuff, and I trust that is your intention and understanding. As you put it on there, take some time, but the rest of the group is headed off to do the thing. You're free to set this aflame now that you've constructed the pyre.
I think at the sound of crashing, Tillis is going to limp back as quickly as possible. But like once he gets close enough that he can kind of see that it's like destroyed, he's just gonna solemnly walk back.
Open the door, Walter.
Walter's gonna awkwardly reach over the wolf and open the door.
You find the key.
Yeah.
And yeah, the pyre goes flame. Is there anything else you do there, Marjolaine, before heading off?
Marshall will take a minute to pray. Just a farewell. That's all she had planned for now.
So we'll go to the other few because it's also time to act as this is going on. So, 3 of you come to the door. Another door. You ready to open it?
Yep, I'm trying.
In this chamber, you see a statue of what those who have now come to understand is a Kuthanite woman, a follower of Zon Kuthan, wrapped in spiked chains that cause her to bleed. In front of her is a basin. On that basin, there is an inscription. Does anyone speak Abyssal?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
Took me a
It
moment.
reads upon the inscription. Oh, I should also describe. There, to the north of this chamber, there is a big glowing purplish field of energy surrounding this iron route door, which you can see through. At the end, you see a table with a bunch of treasure on it, but you also do see a shard that looks very reminiscent of some of the Otho shards, kind of sitting on that table at the far end. But on this
Jess
inscription,
is motioning for Tillis to to get right next to her.
Yeah.
Tillis, come here.
Tillis is seeing this room.
I'm
He's gonna call the wolf in.
you're the only one that speaks Abyssal, right?
Mhm.
I'm gonna mute everybody real quick, or deafen everybody, so they can't hear us. Undeafened, 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 undeafened.
How big is this basin?
Pretty big.
Big.
I'd say it's probably about the size of, imagine a massive, if you have like a mortar and pestle, like the bowl for it, it's like that shape, but it is massively wide. It's over a, probably a 5 foot, area. So it is a huge bowl that can, and it's a little bit pronounced, so it could hold quite a lot.
Would you say it's closer to one of those giant walks for like 30 people, or is it
Kind of.
closer to like a Japanese personal bath where it's just like the half barrel?
The first one, definitely more like a walk, more like a really large walk.
Does there appear to be any? Is just any like liquid in it, or does there appear to be stains of liquid having been in it?
Yeah, seems like it is. Actually, it's perfectly clean.
Oh, wow. Yeah, Tess is reading it, and like her expression goes from like curiosity to like pure frustration and annoyance.
What's it say?
What do you care? It has to do with my shard, and it's telling me I can't have it. Not yet. Unless you have some way to remove that magic on that door, then please be my guest. Otherwise, this is meaningless.
I mean, I would assume that the statue is related to the barrier,
It is.
and the inscription would be some kind of a clue.
It tells me how to open it.
Care to share the information with the rest of the Legion?
No.
Walter's gonna stick his finger in the barrier.
As you do, I need to make a Constitution saving throw. And also, at the same time, coincidentally, as something contacts the barrier, you see the bowl react. Shadows begin to coalesce and swirl in that basin.
Oh, that's the second time it's almost been a 20.
As this energy coalesces, Walter, you're not immune to damages, are you? No? No damage immunities? No damage resistance?
Not yet.
Good. You take, well, that's not very many, but 14 points of necrotic damage as you touch the circle, as you touch the door. I ask now, because it's important, do you pull back?
I mean, yeah, what he was doing is he didn't want to try and teleport through it without knowing what happens if he touches it first. Because his first thought is, well, it seems like I can see through it. I would think I could just teleport through it. But he also knows that if you try and teleport through something that stops you and you end up inside the thing, that's a lot worse than just, sticking your finger in something.
Absolutely. So as you pull back, or you do pull back, I assume, correct?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, as you pull back, it burns almost not through just to your finger, but it like started in your finger, but it rattled through your entire skeleton as it shakes all on the inside. But as the pain hits you, it almost feels nice at the very end, and it kind of makes you smile a little bit right at the end. It's a little pleasurable.
I think what this would look like from a third party, because you said it's necrotic energy, right? I think Walter's body reacts to it strangely. Like I think you can see the ripple going across his body, almost like a Ghost Rider transformation, where like it kind of burns then reforms, and when it hits his head is when like he has a smile, but it's very ghoulish because it's just like the jaw for a second.
You see the shadows are coalescing, and then as the finger pulls back, they reside.
Do I sense gunpowder within 120 feet?
There!
What kind of barrel is this? Just fire?
An explosive one!
An explosive one.
gunpowder.
Tillis is going to say, you know, could potentially try to go around the barrier by just blowing up the wall.
I'm not going to stop you, but part of me doesn't think it would be that simple. But if you can do that, you will have my gratitude and that of 100 more.
Walter, you think you could lift this barrel over there?
I can give it a shot. Yeah, he's gonna try and just move the barrel to the.
Yeah,
I was gonna say the right. I think probably the right side of the wall, actually, because I think he's more concerned about possibly.
Tillis would recommend the left just because he's worried about damaging the basin. I don't know if that's important.
Oh yeah, I wasn't thinking about the basin.
I don't think
I
this would
was more
allow you to
concerned about
put this
bringing
close
down
to
the
basin.
outside of the ruin and like having dirt come in and bury us. But I guess that makes sense. Is that the only gunpowder barrel in here?
Seems to be. This seems to be a gas barrel and a water barrel.
A gas barrel?
Do I have any reason to believe a gas and fire or explosion will be bigger?
Probably not substantially. But it would be bigger.
Oh shit!
But not enough to be too much.
Still kind of sick.
I mean, Walter's just gonna move it over there. He knows it. He knows gas burns hot.
Move these things
Yeah,
further
yeah.
from the basin.
Can't move that. Ooh, could you move that barrel? I don't think I can move that barrel.
Oh, you're moving them this way?
Yeah.
Taz basically isn't allowing either of these barrels to be within like 30 feet of this basin.
This time
wait,
you're
we
kind
want-
of moving barrels around. Marjolin, what are you doing in the south?
This was a barrel of water, right?
Correct. It's like a just a wooden barrel that has like open at the top and like water is dripping in from the top, from like a crack in the ceiling. It looks like that's just kind of been put there to catch the water.
Cool. I mean, I know it actually takes like a considerable amount of time to burn a body, but Marshall would like to, depending on how much time we've had, has passed, just to get some water, just to cool off the remains, and she would like to take a piece of Zatera, if that's possible.
What piece were you after?
Anything that looks nice and fully formed, like a knuckle bone or something.
Well, how many bones are there?
Fucking holy shit!
286? Isn't it like that?
Let me look. There's 270. Oh, 206.
206. That's
Want
what it
one
is.
more?
Roll a D206. I'll arbitrarily decide which bone that is, so I don't
Oh,
know.
I actually have a numbered
you
list
have a
if you would
list?
like. I do.
Yeah?
Oh, 51, baby.
What number?
51.
51.
51 is one of the cervical ribs.
One
So
of the
it's a
cervical
rib.
ribs. A rib bone looking pretty shiny.
Fucking sick. Great.
You were one off of because the last 24 were ribs, but but you were one off of getting cranial bones. I think the occipital is like your eye socket thing. No, that's the thing on the bottom of the back of your skull, the little rounded bit. You're one off of that, but I guess you get a rib.
Rib time.
Why do you have a numbered list of the bones of the human body?
In case you
Do
need
you
it.
care?
Order is important.
I mean, I just want to know where I can get one.
It's his ranking. It's his tier
Hey.
list.
Tell me a number and I can figure it out.
It's his ranked list.
Somewhere between 0 or 1.
Number one bone.
My favorite bone.
The coccyx.
Bone number 1 is bones 1 through 7 are the cervical vertebrae, which are the
Can't beat
vertebrae
'em.
in your neck.
Yeah, that's perfect. Can't beat him.
The things that make up
Seven
your neck.
bones.
I don't know. Are those really top tier?
You gather your rib bone, if you like, of
And then,
the Saints of Terra.
Rib.
I mean, I don't get this. I mean, anyway, I grab the grab the rib bone, and also grab a handful of ash, and then Marceline will sort of make her way back towards.
Anything anyone wanted to get out of the way?
Yeah,
pre-modular.
just real quick. There was a kind of a little bit of some rubble at the doorway, so this place is already kind of proven a little unstable, hypothetically. I've never really taken any time to study architecture, construction. Well, can I just like roll out raw intelligence to see if this is one of the dumbest things I could do right now?
Yeah, make it.
All right.
I do also want to point out that Walter would have the gun barrel
Yeah.
directly next to the door.
This is a pretty
You
good
know-
idea.
You never know until you try. That's what you've learned.
Yeah, let's get it.
Are we still on private roll?
Oh, I might be natural one if
I
you
haven't
wanted to
seen you roll
know.
for a while.
This time, Marjolin's kind of catching up, returning to the chamber, joining Sassine. You
Uh.
see the statue of a Kuthanite woman wrapped in spike chains, causing her to bleed.
Tell me what it says.
And with a shadow, he said, "You speak Abyssal?"
Yep.
Oh gosh. Oh, everyone else muted. Oh shit.
I'll listen. Undeafen.
All right, let's blow some shit up.
Farther away from the basin.
Farther away.
It won't go through the wall then. It's no point if we
It's
blow.
not going to go through the barrier. It has to go through the stone wall.
Yes, but we're trying to go around the barrier. If we put it further down the wall, it's not going
And
to.
if this doesn't work and you damage the basin, it will never work. Move it away from the basin.
All right, he'll move it another 5 feet. Though he does not believe that it's going to work necessarily.
Okay, so you got these two barrels kind of set up here. Now what?
Is it a barrel of water over there?
That is a barrel of water. You
Walter's
can
gonna
see
just
the
do-
blue.
Walter's just for safety's sake gonna like put that in between the explosion and the
Mm-hmm.
basin.
Point
as,
to a
like,
space. I'll move it.
Yeah, I think. How do I do that again?
Hold on, click.
Hold and click. Yeah, I think like right there, just as like a cushioning measure.
Cool.
All right, so here's my recommendation. Somebody make the gas one explode, and then we get out of here. We go to the main room, and I make the explosion one explode.
When you say explode, you just mean like crack open, right?
Yeah, crack that one open.
Walter's gonna take his axe and just into the side and leave it in there, so it's like
Starts to fume
dribbling
out.
out, and he just leaves his axe there because it cannot be destroyed.
Yeah. It begins to emanate fumes, but not enough at the rate you pierced it to affect you all at once. So the fumes are leaking out. You can all head where you will.
Yeah. Oog, if you could move me, I can't squeeze by myself.
Bro. Oh, I need to make him small.
That I made him big because I thought we would be longer.
No, don't do that.
Okay, fine, I won't.
Walter is posting up.
Squeeze.
Walter's posting up next to one of these pillars out here, just in case the roof comes down.
Yeah, closing
Oh,
this
you know
door.
You know what I could do for you though? I can put a scale up like that so he
Whoa.
looks bigger.
Oh, nice.
But he still only fits in one space.
That's perfect. Yeah, we out of here. We closing both doors, and then we making that thing explode.
This better work.
We're gonna kill ourselves with the backdraft as soon as we open that second door, aren't we?
So, with a loud as you hear the sound of the explosion go off, you hear as the structure like rumbles a bit. We're gonna pick a new number. Pick a
Someone else.
number between 1 and 500.
1.
Oh my god.
Is that between 1 and 500, or is
Oh
that?
my god.
Ask me if I fuck about. My answer shall be nay, I do not fuck about.
God. He went with 1.
You hear
1.
as integral parts of the structure begin to fall apart. And rubble, destruction, a lot of bad sounds coming from that side. I guess you'll have to go see what it looks like now.
I have a feeling that this went poorly.
Move. What do I
I'll
see,
just-
God?
It's just rubble. Like that's about as far as you can get. Like it's just
Oh,
rubble
no.
in this room from their end. That's where the rubble of this entire room has collapsed from that explosion.
Great. Now we dig. But yeah, Tessa's like getting on
Move
hands and
aside.
knees and is manually moving rock by rock.
It's gonna take a while.
That explosion might be too
Actually,
big.
just gonna push past.
Just text. No new text. There. Boom.
Walter's
Nice.
gonna hand somebody his crowbar, like his actual crowbar that he has, and he summons his axe back, but instead of being like a bloody axe, it's now just like a bloody pickaxe that he's like,
It's a lot of digging. Like the room, like you kind of as you start to like kind of dig at it, you see the room wasn't actually fully collapsed. It's just portions that have kind of fallen in from this explosion. So it's not as bad, but it's still a heck of a lot of work to clear out. Multiple hours, maybe even days, depending on how it goes. Up to you how you're proceeding on this, but if you have the supplies, we can kind of time skip through it essentially if you want to do things over days and weeks periods.
I can fix 5-foot cube in a minute. So I don't know if that.
A 5 foot. It's a little rough here because the ceilings have like fallen in, and they're further away from where the 5-foot cube would be. So it's hard to say like if it's gonna like if you cast on a 5-foot pile of rubble, will it go 10 feet away to like reconstruct itself up in the ceiling, kind of deal. Suppose it's the ruling. It's tricky. Let me see that spell effect. I suppose even if you like
Really
had to, you
well-defined.
could get like handfuls of it and like push it up, and like you could get like amounts of it and raise it a little higher so it goes back in place at least piece by piece. So it would take some time, but that would significantly help. That would speed up process quite a bit. I'll say, let's put some time. Let's put some solid time frames on it. With that, you could probably spend the next 12 hours working at it. Actually,
Would it speed it up at all if,
Yeah,
when
12
she
hours,
starts
I'll
doing
say.
this, Walter specifically starts going to like larger chunks and breaking them up with his pickaxe to like carryable chunks that she can
Yeah.
use?
let's make this kind of and we can kind of consider this like a group skill challenge. It's a pretty big obstacle. If anyone would like to contribute to try to taking down this obstacle, it can chunk down time essentially.
Oops.
But we're looking at like a 12-hour time frame from just Marjolin's contributions here. So what else is everyone trying to do? You say you're trying to break big rocks with like your pickaxe. Maybe make you could probably just make an attack roll for your contribution if you would like. Pretty straightforward. Just kind of measure your overall progress breaking with your weapon.
I mean, so I'm just thinking, like, because Walter does have the tools to break stone. He's got a hammer, he's got a crowbar, and he can turn his axe into a pickaxe. So he can
Actually,
really...
better yet, it's probably a Constitution-based athletics check, is what I'm going to say, because it's measuring how much your physical fortitude can hold out, going through breaking rocks to see how much you can measure. It's a task over time. That's probably a better one.
Okay. I mean, I'll give it a shot. I'm not great at that, but I don't have any spells that I think could really help here.
Well, maybe
Spider
Tillis
Climb,
can
but-
help, because what I'm looking for is any sort of mount that would be really good at digging. Direwolf seems to be the best, but I might also be able to do like a giant rat. Just something that would be good at helping him dig and doesn't get tired.
You said that was just a
got anything?
Constitution check?
Right now, Direwolf seems like the best option.
Cool. You want the direwolf to help dig?
Yeah.
You could make a I'd say probably just you could do an athletics check for them too. Strength or con probably either would be appropriate here for that.
Okay. I'll try strength.
So as the Wolfie runs up, kind of go and help. Okay, I'll consider that with just the wolf's contributions, that probably brings it down to about an 8-hour dig, so about 4 hours knocked off from wolf.
Would Tess, since she's kind of done this thing now several times, rather than like waiting for this whole thing to be cleared, she's just waiting to have like a big enough gap for her to maybe
Squeeze
crawl under and squeeze through, just to see if she can get a sign to see if the barrels did anything.
It'll be a few hours in at the very least, but the more people working towards digging, the faster you'll be able to see that essentially.
Okay, I'm getting she would help dig for sure. And she'd probably actually get like into the nitty gritty of it. She doesn't have to breathe, so she's not like inhaling dust and she's not recoiling, and she's probably more driven than everyone else here to get there. So she's definitely like on hands and knees moving.
You can do a constitution or strength athletics works really well here. So unless you have another thing you want to use. Oh, and a shovel! Wow, that'll give you advantage. Anyone who wants to use it
Wow.
on their basic check there.
The other person hasn't tried. As Marjolaine sees Tess coming forward, she pulls out the shovel and hands it to her and says, "It's good for all of us to do our part."
Right.
It's probably only gonna be like 6 hours to probably like 5 hours now at this point to kind of get clear. But within the first hour or two digging, you're probably gonna be able to see Cassandra right now. So it's not too long away. But anyone, is there any other final contributions that need to be made or want to be made here?
I mean, did Walter's roll do anything for the time frame?
Did you roll? Oh, you did roll. There you go.
Yeah.
That would bring it down to, what did I say, 6? 4? I did.
It was 60 for Walter, yeah.
This is gonna be about 4 hours of digging now with all of you working together. 4 hours of digging, still quite a bit of digging, but not nearly as long as it would take some other people or standard digging rate. That being said, within like the first 30 or 40 minutes, you're able to peek over to Sandra, and you can see a large section of this wall has been blasted away, but all that is really revealed is collapsed rubble and more cliffside. This is, you're like blowing into the side of a cliff wall here. The gate's a little bit damaged here. I think I accidentally deleted the purple thing,
You did.
but it should still be there, as it is.
Does
It
it
does
look
seem
like
to still.
the rubble that like we blew into the cable? Does it seem like the rubble is up against this? Like if there might be a chance of clearing the rubble and there being an opening, or is there like this very visible cliff wall and that we didn't get through?
You can see through the other side here. The other side of the wall is not damaged. Like the far side of the gate wall here. So you could clear. Like what would the process would be like? Is you would have to clear through this rubble wall, through this rubble, and then like mine into the cliffside, and then smash into this wall. That would be quite an arduous process.
What about
but
the
it
basin?
could be done. The basin looks
I
intact.
see.
And the statue also looks relatively intact.
How far into the cliffside did it, like, does the rubble extend?
How far into the cliffside does
How
the
big of
rubble
a
extend?
divot did we blow into the wall?
Yeah, I gotcha. Kind of something like that. You see that?
Oh, I can't see
Nope.
that.
We
no.
can't say that because there's a wall.
Yeah, it's a
It's
wall.
even little white
So like
bits.
that,
Oh no.
but like the points start there. I don't know if that helps.
So it's like a relatively thin bit that we might have to blow
Relatively
through.
like thin divot. Yeah, like it's a stone foot of wall and like the cliff that you'd have to get through. It's a little bit of work, but could theoretically be done.
Right.
It's possible
So
this might work. If this
It's
does work,
Essentially, what the explosion done is it has sped up the time it would take to excavate around it, though you have no evidence on how this magic necessarily protects this area. So it
Yeah.
depends on how it could be. But yes, you see like that there would be an amount of physical labor that could be done, which will be easier to tell once you can get closer to it, to pierce through that bit. But of course, you have 6 hours or so, or 4 hours or so of like digging through this.
While they're doing that, and I don't want to separate it too much, but this effect looks similar. Is it similar? I've never fucked with this.
Make an Arcana religion check.
We'll do Arcana.
It's gonna be similar because I want my effect back. See if I can get it
20.
going. 20, you say?
I do.
It does. The coloration is different, and the energy is different. So the other ones seem to be more kind of necrotic focus, and it seems like if you touch this field over here, it'd be more force focus. So, while the origins of that of each thing is still relatively in question, it does seem they are ultimately different sources of energy, or types of energy, I should say.
Yeah, still though, with 6 hours, I want to mess around and see if, through different experimentation, to see if I can turn this thing off, to see if any of that knowledge will carry over to getting that gate turned off.
You try and turn it off.
Yeah, I've got 2 of them
Looking
here.
at
I want to mess with them.
Looking at it, you see that with your 20, these are emanating from these fountains. These fountains are like, there's like a little spigot, and they kind of open up to like a cone kind of shape to create this wall of force that blocks off entry from this side. What you can tell is there's some sort of arcane machination that is doing that within the fountain. You could disassemble that and kind of fuck with that, and probably disable that with a proper Thieves' Tools check, or Tinker's Tools or something like that. But it would require some like fine workings to like kind of disable and interact with.
And there wasn't really anything I saw that seemed similar to these fountains on the other side.
Yeah, the thing in the fountain seems way more mystical, I suppose.
Okay. Well then, I'm just gonna chill for 6 hours.
4 hours.
4 hours.
is it 4 hours until there be like a big enough gap for Tess to squeeze through, or like 4 hours for it to be big enough for everyone to be able to to
4 hours
maneuver
for us to begin clearing the divot.
Correct. 4 hours to be able to get to this spot where you can start clearing the edge texture.
How far in would it have to be for just Tess to be able to squeeze through?
You could probably squeeze through now that we're an hour in. You could probably squeeze through now. Just be you.
That's what she's gonna.
Yeah, you
I'll start working on the other side.
squeeze through the rubble.
Realistically, we only need a clear visual, not through the magic, and then we can teleport through.
Right. And Tess crawls through and conveniently leaves the shovel behind, and goes up to the basin and is gonna somewhat, speak quietly enough to where maybe the others can't hear through the rubble. And I think that she's going to. Does she know any connections or like a relation between her god and Zon-Kuthon?
Make a religion check.
And I'm going to inspire myself. For sure. I'm going to add it in. So 27.
No. But what you would know is that there is a distinctive difference between the two deities. One is a Stardust test deity who ascended from mortality, and the other is one of the original quote-unquote gods.
Mhm.
And as such, they have a limited amount of history together, but Zon-Kuthon and his original form, Dubral, have a very intricate history tied to all of the other outsider gods like Abadar, Asmodeus, Calistria, like all those who gathered to battle Rovagug, the great destroyer, enemy of the gods, all that good stuff. But that was before your deity's time as a deity, if that makes sense. So your deity has some parallels, and from what you know, it seems likely that they might have some relations, but none that you're aware of.
Then I guess as she's gonna go up to this basin, there's like this effect around the statue. Is this like actually something visible?
Yep. It's a shadowy purple aura, very reminiscent of what it looks like, just kind of wreathed around the statue.
Okay, then I think she's going to speak in Abyssal towards the statue. Unfortunately, I don't have the blood of 100 innocents, nor do I have the time to get it right now, but I don't seek all of your treasure. Only one piece. And with that piece, should I get the others scattered across this godforsaken nation, I won't just give you 100. I'll give you a whole country.
As you're kind of saying forward, the shadow begins to once more, that like almost liquidy, shadowy energy is coalescing in the bowl, and it blips up, almost like a droplet rising. It rises further and further and further, until it's almost the height of a man, and then it, almost like an aerosol kind of a texture, expands out. And you see this standing in front of you. it looks forward, and in the kind of in this kind of incoherent whispers that you kind of hear, kind of being whispered around you, you hear one treasure,
Only one.
one trial. Face me, then complete the ritual of waters. The doorway will be open to you.
Hmm.
It is your choice. I will not hesitate to strike you down, consume your soul, and ensure no possibility of your return. You can face me, all of you. Whatever preparations you might like. But that is the first trial. For I accept ritual. One of you baptized. Trial. Committed. That is the second step.
You want me to fight you and then drown someone?
Yeah.
How about I drown someone, because that sounds enjoyable for me. But in likely only a few days' time, there's going to be a sudden influx of death and exorbitant amounts of pain coming from the mithril mines beneath Celembria.
Your past deeds mean nothing to me.
I simply mean it as an example of what I intend to do.
Then do it. Show it. Offer it. If you offer just these two, your first reward will be your shard. But more rewards might come from further devotion.
And what of Norgorber? Is there any conflict of interest between you two?
He is more than willing to share.
Then, of course, whatever's necessary.
Then return when you are prepared to face my trial. The first must be completed before the second.
Great.
As he dissipates back into the basin. And the shadows decoalesce.
Walter, I think, meanwhile, had stopped what he was doing, hearing. He probably, one, wasn't understanding, but two, was straining to hear what was going on because it didn't sound like rock removal. So I think he's going to look at Marjolaine and go, "You catch any of that?"
Perception checks if you were trying to hear it. You had an earshot, theoretically. Nope.
No.
Walter
You heard
definitely
that
heard it. He has
pretty-
no idea what the fuck was said.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Sounded like a bunch of abyssal, or something strange.
I think she made a deal with something. There was another voice.
You start.
Of another voice? Yeah, I have no idea what the hell they were saying. I don't speak whatever that is.
And that's probably when Tess is back. Like, reach her arm under that hole to, like, reach for that shovel. I think I found us a way through, but it requires all of you to be here. So, seems this rebel must be moved. But there's a chance.
Walter heard another voice. Did you find someone?
Whenever Marjolaine entered the room earlier and was able to read the thing, was it like pretty obvious that she was reading it?
I mean, it sounds like it was a one-sentence inscription, so I
It
think
was a pretty quick inscription, so it was like a glance could pick it up. Hard to tell. But you could make an insight check versus Marjolaine.
Like a retroactive thing to see.
Yeah, a little theoretical, like
Like Marjolaine could
insight
read.
versus. I'm gonna give you an advantage here, Marjolaine, because it's retroactive. Better in the moment. But you can make your various so-called check, whatever you think is appropriate, and then delude whatever details you like.
Basically, if there was an error of recognition, if Tess could figure out that you probably could read that.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of like what skill would make sense for like my passive nonchalant reading.
Passive
like-
deception?
Like
Pa-
intelligence, sleight of hand, or
Wouldn't that
something.
just be your passive investigation then? Because it'd be the equivalent of like seeing something out of the
Investigation,
corner of your eye and like clocking it.
Yeah, maybe passive investigation versus passive deception, persuasion, perform. There's a lot of skills it could be. I'm willing to hear arguments, but I think deception's probably my default. Passive deception would be passive. As soon as it's
Sure.
retroactive, like it could be kind of like passive versus passive. See what you remember because you didn't think to actually actively look into it at the time. That could be a cool precedent to set. That could be a cool ruling to set. I'm actually gonna write that down. If any check is in hindsight, if it's like a retroactive check, maybe it's passive versus passive. Retroactive checks, passive versus passive. Maybe I'll remember what that means.
Yeah. Sorry. I'll roll a deception, I guess.
Shouldn't need to if we're doing the passive versus passive. It's just 10 plus here.
Yeah, but then if you know somebody's passive, then you can always make a retroactive check.
Yeah, I would think the liar, if you're
Oh,
actively deceiving, that's
actually.
active. Yeah.
True. It's yeah. So passive versus active, I like that too. Also cool.
Ooh, spicy.
15.
North Korea just launched a missile over Japan.
It's a firework. Happy New Year.
Little early.
Oh shit.
I don't know what to do in the case of in this situation, in the case of a tie.
Tie goes to the
PM.
runner.
Good question. Tie goes to the defender. The defender decides.
Okay, I mean, I think
Wait, tie goes to the
given
attacker all the time.
situation-
Tie goes to the defender.
That's true. I don't know. I mean, given the situation that like you were all in the middle of doing things, I feel as if a tie is like not super noticeable.
I like it. We'll go with it then. So
Yes, I was talking with the thing that has the barrier, and it offered me an alternative. I simply wasn't going to do the original one, but it's given me an option. One that I think we'll all find amicable.
I'd be happy to make a deal with this creature.
I would,
I see.
because I know what they want.
Welcome to make your deal alone. Or with whoever will join you. Absolutely.
Well, failing this one, I suppose I'll have to go for the original, but I'd prefer not to.
Feeling a little lost here. Can somebody fill me in on what the hell was on the fucking statue?
An inscription in Abyssal.
What was the... I can see there was an inscription. What was the inscription?
Something along the lines of providing the blood of 100 innocents.
I mean, that's kind of easy if you just search a battlefield.
Right, but I don't have the time or the patience for that. So, I got an alternative.
So this
Simply
alternative
wants
is
to
being
test.
offered by... I mean, I'm gonna guess like a devil Evil god.
Abyssal is generally demons, I believe.
Okay.
It's
So-
a deity or something acting as one. In either case, it wants to make sure that we're worthy. So,
I don't know if I trust to deal with a demon.
Good
you don't
instinct.
have to.
I don't think I trust to deal with a god either.
You don't have to. You're trusting a deal with me.
Rapidly
temporary
losing
employer.
faith as well.
And if nothing else, I feel like the art of the deal is somewhat my forte.
This is gonna be the best deity deal in the history of deity deals.
Possibly ever.
Warloff Tower. It's the best building in Celembria.
If neither of you are willing to help me, then I suppose your last act of service could just be to get Tillis through here with me. Because he will.
Walter's gonna sigh and say, I'm taking a drink break. And he's gonna pull out a flask and walk to find Tilly's.
Yeah. So as you kind of wander off, you wander past the wolf, well, the wolf's kind of in there helping you dig, honestly. So I'll kind of put him in here too. He's just digging away. There's Tilly.
Tillis is just back here. He's sitting next to the ground. He's humming Beach Boys. He didn't hear any of that conversation. He doesn't. Really
Is Beach Boys canon to this world?
yeah, so is Krispy
It's
Kreme.
its own version. So is Krispy Kreme.
Bungalow boys.
Bungalow Boys. Oh, true.
It's a guy's tune.
It's the Guzzes.
It's from, what was his thing? The Thunder... Fucking Thundercock. What was his name?
Yeah,
Thunderfist.
Thundercock?
Thunderfist.
Oh,
That's his stage name.
gotcha.
Thundercock's a whole other kind of performer.
Yeah, I thought it was that.
Thunderfist and the Bungalow Boys.
Walter's gonna walk out, take a swig from his flask of brandy, then look at Tilly's and go, "You old enough to drink brandy yet?"
Yeah. I don't really.
You want wine instead?
Sure.
He offers you a wineskin.
It ain't watermelon juice, but he drinks it.
No, but it could taste like watermelon juice.
Oh,
with a simple application of digging that-
Prestidigitation, watermelon juice. Let's get it. Oh wait, I drink anything. It's all watermelon
I know,
Give-
juice.
Gillis
give me a
gets
brandy.
Fucked up on the weekends. He goes hammer schmammered.
Unless Rodori's like, it'll fuck up your brain.
I like the idea of the first drink was like, ugh, not really a big fan of wine. You're like, I wish I could just make it taste like watermelon juice. Hold on.
Wait,
Oh,
magic. Boom.
Wait, Rodori, look what I figured out.
I'm fucking hammered,
Everything is
Rodori.
watermelon juice.
Let's get drunk.
So there's this long, awkward pause where Walter is like, you know how people can be like very loudly silent? He's just standing there in the doorway, very loudly silent, till he goes, "What's the story with you and Morloft? I don't need the whole details, but I want to know how much you trust her."
With Tess, you should trust her not at all. But that makes her one of the easiest people to trust.
So, I'm more inclined to trust you because I've worked with Rodori, for Rodori. He's an asshole, but,
But he's human.
well, rather than
Fucking
that,
shill.
if somebody cares, I've never seen him care about anyone enough to bother knowing their name, let alone making them apprentice. So if he gives a shit about you, that's good enough for me.
It's an interesting way of
case-
judging people.
Rodori doesn't care enough to betray people, so you learn to take what you can get.
Well,
Morloff just has decided to make a deal with either a demon or an evil god.
with Tess, I've traveled with her for so long that that's not surprising, but it's also not that scary. With Tess, it's probably just to advance her own goals. So whatever those end up being, that's something we might be able to worry about. But for now, there's increments to it, so we can watch and follow along. Probably nothing to worry about.
So what's your read on an alternative deal if the thing wanted the blood of 100 innocents to get through the magical door?
He looks at you extremely blankly and he goes, I'm surprised she didn't do it. She's probably trying to game you, or more likely Marjolaine. Doesn't think that it would work, but I don't think that's outside the realm of possibility. So whatever else there must be, must just be quicker.
Time constrained.
Yeah, probably just quicker.
You trust her enough to follow her into a deal with an evil god?
I trust that she has the shards at heart. So would she sacrifice us to get those shards? You probably. Me maybe. But at the end of the day, she has the shards in mind. So she'll get them one way or the other.
What's your vote? Try and dig through the wall still, or try and follow along whatever this deal is?
I'm frankly pretty interested in the deal. So far, this Zon Kuthan guy has been pretty interesting. I'd kind of want to know a little bit more.
I think it's going to get us all killed.
Yeah, but that's just the start.
Really the end.
It wasn't the end for you.
No.
Why does it have to be the end for any of us?
I wish it were.
I can help you look into that if you want.
It takes a very, very long drink of brandy.
It tastes like watermelon juice now.
Well, hold on, I think we're drinking out of separate things.
Yeah, I got the
thought
wine.
he's also
Taking
flavored
yours,
my
too.
container.
Everything in the area tastes like watermelon juice. Taste that
I made
water.
everything just in case.
Yeah, he frowns at first and then realizes it's still alcoholic, so he just keeps going.
Goes out.
No, it's just easier.
Well, better get to it. We've got to deal with the devil.
At least you can trust the devil.
And he'll like shakily get up, necromancy bones, and go towards the rubble.
He'll take his wineskin back from you.
Oh yeah.
Probably another couple hours of work left to do. As you return. You want to go through them?
Oh yeah. If it's ready, we'll go
Absolutely.
through.
So 2 more hours of work, and eventually, the rubble is finally.
If it's like a pretty small area, he'll even like once there's room, he'll just get small and jump through. Yeah. So
The rubble's clear. Rubble's clear now. Well, you get there a little earlier, I suppose, before the rubble's fully clear. You could kind of shrink through and go in just to get to Sandra and Tillis on the other side first.
Boop.
Boop.
Right.
So what's
So,
this?
Tillis?
What's this deal?
Oh, just to kind of reiterate, the rubble's still out of the space because Tillis wants to go in. Shrink. He was using reduce to shrink in and go in a little before the rubble's actually cleared. Yeah, I didn't dictate that very clearly. But yeah, this is like So we'll say 2 or 3 hours in. Like the work's almost done for everybody else, but for small, enlarged creature or reduced creatures, or you have an intricate way of getting across the rubble, you could. But yeah.
Do I have any potions? Is the question.
But Tilly's is you on the other side.
Yeah, what did he say?
What's this deal you've made?
Well, the basin wanted a very long and tedious task with an arbitrary rule to it that no one cares about. Turns out, gods can be reasoned with, at least the right ones. And in exchange for not wanting all of the treasure, but only wanting one piece, I was offered an alternative. We prove that we are capable and that I could perform the deeds that I claim to intend to do in a trial by combat of sorts. It seems that it wants us fully prepared. Seem to imply it wants everyone, but if they're not participating, then it's just you and me.
I think the last time we proved ourselves, it caused the world wound. Is there a
What?
chance that will happen again?
What?
Yeah, Walter was holding a rock and just like dropped it.
Right. That time it was with the demon.
Well, perfect. I'm in.
I knew you would be. Plus, this is far better than gathering the blood of 100 people, innocent souls as specified. Who's truly innocent, really?
It's hard. If we're doing, do you think it's going to be in here? I think I'll get a spider.
I would presume so. It wants us to prove ourselves capable,
Okay.
and then it wants one of us to drown in the pool outside.
Oh. Outside?
I presume the one in the other room.
He's going to walk up to this thing and be like, drowning. It's interesting.
Yeah, as you walk up to this statue, you get a menacing vibe. One that instills upon you
Oh.
the gravity of the situation. Death could be lurking around every statue. Be careful.
Okay. That's good and scary. I
It's
think
almost like a little bit of wisdom or Adore kind of ringing around in your head.
Tillis is gonna back up once he gets the vibes, once the JoJo's images start flaring. And
Interesting.
he's going to go for a 10-minute detect magic, just because he is kind of afraid of his surroundings and wants to clear the room a little bit.
Yeah, there's a strong magical presence coming from, of course, the doorway and the statue here, and the basin itself is magical, it seems. It's, worrisome. Because it does seem to be a lot of what we would call, you would call them occult magic. Seems to be occult in nature, either from a darker sphere of divine influence or devilish/demonic even. Could be a lot.
This might be super hard, but is there any ritual that Tillis can roll on about drowning, and specifically with Zonkuthon?
It's a painful way to go.
Yeah, any information you would have would have been in that book. Any information in that book is going to be more than relevant information than what you would be able to know about.
Then he's going to sit there and look at the book, and that's what I'm going to do in game, out of game as well.
Absolutely, not that book, but the other book, the first book.
Okay,
The
wait. I don't have any
the
text on
one
that
that I
one.
have, yeah.
Never
that
mind.
book
I won't
doesn't
do
actually have like a text block, but that book goes into detail about the ritual, which involves drowning and its various purposes.
Wait,
Oh.
which book? The Zonkathon book or the
The Zonkathon
Athenia's
book.
log? Okay, yeah, the Zonkathon book. That's what I thought.
that. Okay. Can I get more information? I don't know if like what's the ritual do? Like, does the person have to die? Like,
Based on this, if you read the following, the instructions for the ritual that is being talked about are as follows: you go to the basin that has been blessed and marked by an altar of Zon-Kuthon, assuming the stone altar in front of it. Then you fill this basin with water. You take a subject who is to be tested and to be tempered as a potential chosen, and you have them ideally willfully submerge their head within the water until they drown, until they can breathe no longer, until they die. If Zon-Kuthon deems them worthy to be chosen, they might come back. Don't always.
Okay. And then I want to go to the Ouija board and ask the spirits about this.
So you place down the Ouija board. What do you ask?
Who should go? Who should be submerged?
Buffering.
A. L. L.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he'll tell all of this to Tess.
Right. If only I could be so cute. Unfortunately, I'm actually incapable of drowning. I would if I could. I could submerge for as long as it wants me to, but I don't think I'm going to fool a god. So.
Isn't that the same with Walter yet?
If you can't drown makes this ritual particularly tricky, but perhaps there are other rituals within the book you could pursue. It's a big book, but this is just where
Could
it
always
was kind of
petition him
open to.
again. Seems his intention with the drowning is for it to suffer on the way out. If I explain to him that his methods aren't enough for me, maybe he'll come up with something more creative. Not really an end that I wouldn't go to. You know where I have the shard, so you understand.
Of course.
Clear your targets, just in case you do something and kill everybody.
Oh shit.
Fireball!
Okay.
Fireball, die!
Disintegrate!
Okay. If Tills like raises his ring hand to the statue, does it do anything?
Nope.
Okay. All right. That's all I got. Well, if you can't drown, then I guess that leaves the others if anyone wants to. But
The rubble is clear.
oh,
Ish. Almost. It's about to be clear. It's like minutes away from being clear.
I assume the big
Any
one
final
will
say?
disagree.
Any final sequence to keep?
Walter, do you need to breathe?
There's a very unclear silence where Walter goes, unclear.
This isn't so difficult.
Just pinch your nose.
And Tess is gonna walk up to him and hold like one of her glass vials of like poisons up to like his mouth and see if there's breathing, like if there's air on the glass.
I think he is breathing right now. So if is he breathing? Yes.
He is breathing. I think so. Mechanically, meta version, yes. I currently still need
He
to breathe.
needs to. Yeah.
I don't think Walter understands at what point breathing is required and what point is like force of habit, right?
How do you feel about drowning?
No.
Are you afraid?
Are you afraid?
Oh.
I'm just wanting to be sure. Is it a fear or is it just a simple aversion?
You smell the
You're
same. to
muted,
me.
maybe.
You saw what was beyond the river, right?
What do you mean?
His eyes kind of go glassy. You didn't go to the river.
No, not yet. I'm more of a ferry than a passenger myself.
Everyone's a passenger in the end.
Well, if that was the case, I wouldn't necessarily need you for this part. But unfortunately, it's not the case right now. You speak a lot about how you're not quite here, about all what happened to you. Are you attached to this life?
There's a flicker on Walter's face, like a magical glitch, essentially. I'm here for now.
Yeah, but do you care? Do you want to be?
Until I kill.
Until you kill.
He's still like 1,000 miles away. You're getting like Walter, 1,000-yard stare, Walter.
Hey. Until you kill whom or what?
You watch something underneath his eye patch squirm as he kind of comes back into focus. Traitors.
And who are the traitors, Walter? I'm getting to a point here.
Secrets Morloft. You have yours, I have mine.
Is it the
I don't think
Imperium?
we're that good of friends yet. No. Nothing as broad as that.
If the Imperium were to go, would your targets go with it?
Unlikely. Let's find a way to live, usually.
Fine. Tillis looks like it's just you.
Yeah. Want to know what Jubral saw? I want to see why he came back this way.
I bet you do. There, Walter. If you won't cross the river, I'll send a child to do it.
It's not crossing the river that I'm afraid of. It's what happens if you don't cross it.
Well, we'll find out. Maybe one of these days you can have the sheer amount of will and determination that young Tillis does.
Walter puts a hand on your shoulder, and he looks at you, but not with his eye. With the eye patch. Here's a secret. Between you and me. You don't matter. I don't matter. None of this matters. Eventually, it all fades.
I don't have to repeat myself.
Of course.
Now, anyways, you're all ready to fight a god. Marjolaine, this is your chance. Be as righteous as you are. Chance to strike down evil when it shows up. Going to be here in the flesh, or not?
As we make preparations for whatever this is, I'm going to give everyone a good 15 minutes to consider your next actions carefully. That being said, let's take a break. Let's try to return here right at the 9:30 mark, more or less.
Cool.
think a lot about the things that have been said, because the things that have just been said and put into motion could be important.
Great. Are you all ready to die with me? We die today as friends.
Well, you can't put an evil ritual in front of me. I want to do it every time. I never not
gone.
want to do it.
You can't put a TPK in between Tess and a shard. It would break character for me to decline.
Every time
And
it's
I'm
like,
not
this is
gonna
clearly
gaslight
bad.
everyone into helping me. That's not Tess. So
Every time it's like, this is clearly bad. Don't do it. I want to do it.
yeah.
I feel like Walter's just standing off to the side, fully in the throes of like PTSD from seeing an elder god when he died, and part of his rational mind is just like, we have a pickaxe and a hammer. Why don't we go through the wall? Why are we fighting a god?
If it was that easy, we wouldn't have to deal with the god. Is what she's thinking of, is that there's no world in which Zon Cathan himself gets fucking loopholed by some stone.
Okay, if you're just going to dig that hard, I guess fuck me. Whatever. Screw you. Kill yourself.
I hope mining hurts.
Oh my god,
You dick.
powers! No! A hammer!
In all of my omnipotence, I did not foresee manual
It's crazy
labor.
that, like, any of the old D&D modules are basically that. Like, I love the original Tomb of Annihilation, where when they reprinted it, they had to change the front doors from adamantium to like dark iron.
Because people mined the adamantium doors because they're worth like more gold than a whole kingdom,
Oh,
because they were like
Jesus.
4 tons of
They,
adamantium.
they were, yeah, they were like 30-foot.
stand around this profane altar to Jean Couthon. You all have the chance to do what you will. But if this ritual is to be this trial is to be started, well, it is to be started.
Is there any chance we can just rest and be prepared? That last fight was pretty big. I used a lot of resources.
I'm aware. That's fine. He did say to do whatever preparations we needed.
Okay, well, let's get comfy.
Let's get comfy for the guys. Yeah, adventuring day. It's gonna be like 18, 19 hours from now of like chilling out and 20. Like, it's gonna be a while. It's gonna be basically so like 7 a.m. tomorrow is gonna be how long you're gonna be chilling out to get a long rest here. So that's a lot of hours. You got a lot of time to kill. Anything you guys wanted to be doing in that time?
I mean, if it's fucking 19 hours, Walter's gonna spend some of that time trying to just dig through the wall.
You got it.
He is yet to be fully convinced that a deal with an evil god is the only way.
Looking through here, this, as you start to like work at it, just on your own, gonna make an athletics constitution check. Constitution-based athletics. And see how your digging progress and how
Can I
much of a rate
Bardic
you go.
inspire him?
Sure.
Go on, Walter. If you can find a way to loophole a god, you have my full support. So you can
You're
add
working
D8 if you
as
want.
hard as you can. You're on a gradient here, so a D8 wouldn't hurt. It would just make your progress even quicker.
Yeah, I will throw that D8 on there.
Yeah, 28. You reckon with your like pace here, just you working at it, you'll be able to clear this portion and at least enough to get towards where this wall would be that you can see on the other side, within about 5-6 hours.
And we have 19 hours before the fight.
Yeah, about
So
11 to
hours
13
to work on
hours
it.
before you have to sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's just gonna keep working at it.
Yeah. So at that pace, you'll get there in about 6 hours or so. We'll say. So, anything else anyone's doing as Walter starts chipping away?
Yeah, Tess is goading Marjolaine. As I said, this is your chance. Many people like you would give a lot for an opportunity to test their mettle against an evil god, or what you call them.
Tell me more about people like me. I'd like to understand what your understanding is.
Faithful. Faithful to gods diametrically opposed to the one that I'm speaking to.
The gods I'm faithful to are not opposed to these ones. They're above these ones. If you truly believe that you could summon a god here and kill it yourself, then you're a fool.
Oh, I know I'm not going to kill the god. He's just testing us.
Then
So, if your
this
god is
not a
above
god
it,
I feel. Yeah, I do not need to be tested by Zon Kuthon or whoever they claim to be.
so are you helping or not?
I won't.
Are you going to watch?
I'm going to assess.
As long as you stay out of my way once I get that shard. No problems.
Why do you feel such pressure to do this quickly?
Because I've waited 3 years. And now it's there. I won't wait any longer to get what it asked for originally required me to leave this place. And either I'm leaving with that shard or I'm not leaving.
And I hope this place doesn't become your new home.
If that is what it takes.
Can I take some of the time just to look at this barrier and this goo around the flying stuff around the statue? Is this at all reminiscent of anything? Or is this like a unique arcane occurrence?
Is it reminiscent of anything? Nothing that I know you have come across, but maybe something you have read about, but just confirming, you haven't made a check already kind of in this vein. I don't think you have. At least like kind of trying to identify anything about this magic surrounding
No,
the
Marjorie
statue or
wasn't
the
even
portal.
here.
I didn't think so. So then you can go ahead and make a religion check. Would be the most appropriate here.
Cool.
Looking it over, you've read about similar phenomenons and protections. Protections by a god, especially a dark one, have historically been devious, so to speak. They're often more convoluted than they seem, the protections. More frequently than not, if the deity, anything that may seem like, as we were talking about, like a loophole, if it exists, it probably exists by design. That is what you have been taught. It exists by design, and that loophole that they so willingly walk into is just another step to corruption. Largely, what a lot of these evil gods, demons, devils, etc., look for are cultists. They look for more followers, and this is a pretty stereotypical get you on the track of becoming a Kuthanite cultist kind of setup here. Seems to be, from what you understand, the intention. What purpose they have for wanting any individual as a follower ultimately lies within circumstance. It is up to you to kind of go with what you will with that information. Do with what you will, I suppose.
And does the I don't know if this is the same check. Does this barrier see? Does the inscription on the statue seem to actually be part of the magic occurrence here, or is it just like?
It does.
Okay, if I don't have like a proper stone carving tools, but I do have a hammer and spikes.
Mm-hmm.
If I try to chip out the zeros from the inscription, can I do that?
As you go over with your stone and chisel, and you notice the little bit of, just with one impression, it does seem to alter the shape. It does seem editable, more or less, through chisel means. Whether or not that's relevant or bad or good is another thing. But Cassandra, you would see Marjolaine kind of going over there and start tapping away at your bowl.
I know the charge.
Sorry?
I said Tess. She keeps it to herself. She knows what she's charged with. She doesn't give a shit what you do to the basin anymore.
Oh, okay. So yeah, Marjolaine will try and chip out the zeros from the inscription to make it the blood of one innocence.
You do, and that's how it reads based on your obfuscation.
And she will see if she can find. When I was in that room, are there any vials left, or were they all taken by Tilly's?
There were a number of other red vials that were like full of just normal amounts of blood within the other area, but I don't think all of them were taken by Talise.
Just one.
Just the two on the table, yeah.
Cool. Marshall will make her way that way.
You don't have to actually move back there, but we'll say for the sake of brevity here, you start to walk back. Is anyone else doing anything while she's heading off to do that?
Tillis isn't doing much, but he is summoning a spider because he thinks that's going to be more tactically advantageous. And then I think he's just trying to mentally prepare to be drowned, which I don't know how he does necessarily, but I think he's kind of going through a table of what the like outcomes are going to be and what he knows about Zon-Kuthon, and he's just trying to rationalize it in his own head.
If you're doing this next to Walter, he's being very unhelpful by just being like, breathe deeply. It'll hurt more, but it'll be over quicker.
Okay.
In that case, Marjolaine, you return with the vials of blood from the. There's a number of samples here. Just you can add it to your inventory. Just kind of get an accurate count. There are about 12 blood samples, and that's about 12 liters of blood.
Sorry, I think Marshall's gonna take one of them.
So a liter of blood you can add to your inventory. Or, if you're going to use it here, you don't have to.
Yeah, and sort of coming in. Do I have anything smart to do? But I will, before casting the blood into the basin, I will use my last second level spell slot to consult the Eyes of Saint Yvonne. Whether or not casting blood to foil the demon or god's plan is yay or nay, or mixed.
Wheel.
All right. I will pour my liter of blood in the hope that one sacrifice at least was innocent.
As you pour forth the blood, the liter of blood goes in there, and you see as it coagulates at the bottom. You see that this. The blood kind of fills the bottom, just the very, very bottom of the basin here. If you had a guess, it's 1/500th of the way full.
Okay.
But as the energy, like kind of like the blood sits there, doesn't seem to react. Based on that knowledge, well, you get a lot of ways, right? That was 1 liter of blood. The average person has about 5 liters of blood. So one person would be about 5 liters per se, if it's all of their blood.
All right. I don't know what the Saints saw, but it wasn't quite enough.
It was clever.
I would remember the phrasing of your question very importantly there.
Honestly, if that had worked, I might actually consider your gods one worth looking into.
This wasn't exactly knowledge from my god, just trading. Sometimes these kinds of deals.
Oh, I think I have a collapsed lung. Hey, we got more blood than that.
Oh, look, he does have to breathe. You know, I hear there's a pool of water out there. You can maybe cool yourself off in for a few minutes.
I'm saying the thing says it's not. You see a chunk of like trachea come out, and he just looks at it and goes, "That's actually better." It says person, not like bottle. People have more blood than that. Yeah, I think you need more.
I see.
Or if we wait until tomorrow, I could just make the basin smaller.
I mean, that doesn't change the number. Can we carve?
Changes the volume.
Can
Might be
we
more
make it a
intricate.
fraction? What about a decimal?
Why don't we just? There are more vials, and they are not being put to use, as I can understand.
Sure. How about we just dump all of it in there? And
I'm
if any of
afraid
you consider
that-
yourselves innocent, perhaps you spill some of your own.
Did the knowledge of one person is 5 liters of blood? Is that knowledge that would be common? Would Marshall Lane understand that?
Enough for anyone who might be proficient in medicine. They would know.
Okay, proficient medicine. Okay. We only need 4 more if these are equally distributed. I'm afraid that going over would perhaps invalidate this inscription. Come. Many hands make light work.
Walter's just gonna sort of gesture to like the most of the way that he's cleared so far.
Yeah,
Keep
it's been a
digging,
little
Walter.
bit.
I'll deal with.
I have also been helping, but sure. Stay here.
Okay.
As you start to head back, yeah, you guys can head over there if you're gonna might get a scene going. Who knows? Walter Tillis, you two are soon left alone in the chamber. Soon. There you go. Anything you two are saying you're doing before we jump over there? to
Well, since we added a little bit of blood to stepping up, do I still have that ominous feeling? Is it any worse? Any better?
it's about the same.
About the same? Okay. Observationally, anything changing on the statue?
The statue, looking it over, it doesn't. It's interesting. As a little bit of blood is added, you do see the coalescing of shadows lessen around both the statue and, but it's ever so slight right now, ever so slightly, between the shadow and the doorway.
Okay, so the doorway also has this kind of
Similar vibe,
Okay,
but it's
cool.
thicker and more boisterous.
yeah, that's all I got. I'm no good at digging.
Yeah, just before we flip over, Walter is gonna very casually say, "Hey, if the Radiant user is not gonna fight the evil god, I may have to tap out on that as well."
Are you serious?
I'll be honest, kid. I don't necessarily think that the sort of whatever the fuck I have going on is gonna necessarily hurt an evil god.
What did Tess hire you for?
Hey, you know what? Job description did not say evil god.
What was the job description? Get the
Uh,
shards? Sounds like that's what we're doing.
Job description was kill some mercs.
You're gonna have to take that up with her. I don't think she's gonna be very pleased. Then why are you still digging?
Because if the blood thing works, it means the hallway thing also would work.
Is that true?
You asking me?
I'm asking just
Okay.
Walter, I guess, just into the void. Tillis knows about
well,
logic, and he doesn't see how doing the blood thing somehow makes the door viable.
The blood thing that we're doing now is based off of chipping the number off of the the basin, right?
Right.
If that sort of loophole works based on stonework, I don't see why this loophole based on stonework wouldn't. All I'm saying is that my limited exposure to the gods has proven that they are not the be all end all of the universe, and the more time I spend with things incredibly more powerful than me, the more they all seem to just sort of ignore basic security procedures.
So you won't fight, but you'll break in? You're not a murderer, you're a burglar?
I mean, I was a soldier.
Don't soldiers fight enemies? I'm a little confused.
If there's a way to avoid tactically deficient combat, you take that way first.
I think that's
You don't
something
fight backed into a corner unless you have to.
I think that's something that the tacticians would decide, not the soldier.
Tacticians are soldiers.
Yeah, you're a grunt. Do grunt work.
Walter stops and he holds up the officer symbol. He says, "Do you know what the fuck this is, kid?
I don't care.
Real noble of you. I can see why Rodori likes you."
Good. I can see why you won't even approach him. You know him? I haven't seen you there.
Before your time, I think.
Whatever you're afraid of. It's not so bad. Just do your
It's not
job.
Rodori I'm afraid of.
It's clearly something.
Everybody keeps using the word fear. Sometimes things are just easier.
So Tess sired someone lazy.
Wisdom comes with age, kid.
Okay. Well, enjoy your age. I've loftier goals than that.
Jumping over. Plus, you have one life.
One of these days, maybe you will have the sheer force of will and determination that this boy
Drown
has.
yourself.
Tess's words echo in the air.
Drown yourself. Drown yourself. Drown yourself. Drown yourself.
Feel free to drown yourself.
So the two of you return to the are kind of arriving now at this point as you walk down the lonely hallways past the corpses of harpies and other such dealios.
I wish
Get
Tess
back
was able to hear that. She might actually weep for the first time ever.
And the blood extraction tools that have you see now, Tess. This has now been kind of assembled as some sort of funeral pyre, and has been lit aflame and is still kind of burning at this point. Luckily, there seems to be decent fumigation in here, and it seems to find its way out of various vents.
Cute. You're lucky that you didn't suffocate everyone else.
I noticed the vents. I make sure to prepare before I take my actions.
I have no need for them, so they don't concern me.
Preparations? For the
Vents.
people? I see. Well, we only need 4 of these. I figured that each of us would take one, but it seems not all of us are willing to pitch in.
If Tillis requires his time to think, I'll grant him that, and it seems Walter is determined to shift his occupation from mercenary to miner, so figured maybe he just needs to work up a sweat before he can work up the nerve to do what I need him to do.
Do you truly
So-
believe he would drown himself for you?
Walter?
Yes.
I believe that he's a soldier to a fault, and I believe that if someone compelling enough tells him what to do, he will do it, even if it involves killing himself. Sounds like it would be the first time.
Fair enough. Give me just
There's
one
something
moment.
you'll learn about the Imperial soldiers. That all they need is someone competent enough to give them words, orders that they can understand, whether or not they
Oh.
understand the purpose.
I've met Imperial soldiers. I understand this well enough.
Did they impress you?
No,
Then we have something in common. So
That
yes,
much I
I do
understood.
believe I can get Walter to drown himself.
my only issue is that I've always found Imperial soldiers to be only prone to listening to their own. Very stubborn against those that they didn't see as one of their own.
All you have to do is just alter their perspective. Just because you're not one of them does not mean you cannot make them believe you are, magically or otherwise. Something I know a lot about.
I see.
It's a lot like your religion, actually.
In what sense?
Changing perspectives to get you to follow someone for nothing other than their word.
Oh,
It's
but the
incredible what
gifts,
edicts can do.
the gifts offered by following a religion is not quite the same as that of being in the military. There is proof that faith can give you much that perhaps Weir, as a soldier, could not.
Right. So maybe I'm here to offer him that faith.
It sure would be interesting to see.
Wouldn't it? I tried to do it with that whole assembly beneath mines, but that failed. But I learned. I can do better.
You did, through faith, draw quite the crowd. It's part of the reason why I'm interested in seeing your methods exactly. Part of the reason why I'm here. You see Marshall's eyes keep flicking over to the pile of ash. Give me one moment. And she's going in for a piece of bacon. Binka.
You got it. Roll
Piece
that
of what?
D206?
205 now.
205? 205 now, true.
Let me pull
Sounds
the
like
phone
for the
list
other
again,
one.
goddamn.
Oh, true. The other one, the other bonus from the other one, so 206 again still.
Oh, a piece of cervical vertebrae. Excellent.
Nice. Yep. Absolutely. Nice vertebrae. It's a nice disc. It's
Two,
round
yeah,
shape.
piece
It
of
looks
vertebrae. You're right.
like the burn marks that kind of gone into it and kind of like left it scarred with almost a similarly to the symbol of Ari. Kind of looks like a swirl kind of gone into it. It's a nice little piece.
A symbol of Ari. I throw it back and get a different one.
There you go. Roll again.
Fuck.
Trash.
That's all right.
Reroll.
Garbage.
What's 34?
Oh, bone number 3. Sorry. 26. Congratulations, you have found another rib.
2 ribs.
That makes sense. That,
You
that
keep
fits.
rolling low.
Excellent. Pardon me.
You're pretty close to the sternum, though.
We should make our way back now.
Sure. And by the way, Marjolaine, I believe I owe you an apology of some sort. I may have misjudged you. May have misjudged your whole
Happens.
faith.
Apology isn't necessary, but I appreciate the thought.
Doesn't have to be necessary, it's warranted.
We make our way back before Walter collapses.
Might make it easier to drown him. I'm kidding. She starts to leave.
You you start heading back, and yeah, you guys can shift your way back over there as quickly as you like, and that's where we'll resume.
While they were gone, something I want to have tried to do is hide my feigned death scroll in my sleeve.
Yeah, make just a stealth check, and then whatever number you roll, note that next to the item, say hidden, and then put in quotations DC whatever you roll.
All right, so private.
Yeah, and you just put a note on your inventory item, just hidden DC whatever. Something you can remember.
Okay.
So, as you all kind of return, you kind of gathered about. Progress is gone a little ways, but it's probably about 10 o'clock, I think, is around the time. So it's probably about 7 o'clock, but about 10 o'clock, Walter would probably pierce through to the other side to see if this wall is similarly protected.
Can we pour our other 4 liters of
Absolutely.
blood
As
in
you-
the basin?
You add that in. It looks like the shadow is beginning to dissipate a bit, but yeah, it seems like that is not enough. Doesn't seem like the scribbling on the thing altered the actual need of the number here, but you're 5/500ths away.
Shame. Perhaps more clever than infernal things I've seen in the past.
It was worth a shot. I appreciate the enthusiasm. Maybe you'll change your mind once the event starts, once you see it.
Remains to be seen.
How's it going, Walter? Tired yet?
Walter's just working. I would like to say, as a point of RP, Walter does not sweat. I think there's just like dark blood that occasionally oozes out of like where wounds used to be in place of sweat and then vanish.
Absolutely.
I'll keep
It
it up.
helps that you're badly injured, apparently.
Oh yeah,
So,
no, Walter's fucked up. That's one of the reasons why everyone was like, "Hey,
Yeah.
let's fight a dark god." He was like, I'm gonna try something else first."
I'm gonna dig. Yeah, so as you're toiling away,
Keep up your digging, soldier. Good dog.
Are you gonna
Take a bardic inspiration.
tell her what you told me?
Do what?
what, Shaytilish?
Oh, I was gonna say, are you gonna tell her what you told me?
No.
I don't even remember at this point.
It's okay, boys. Keep your secrets.
This
Girls
one
have their own.
might be important.
Mm-hmm.
He said if she doesn't help, he won't help fight this thing.
Sure.
All right.
Hey, if the one person using radiant magic is not gonna fight the evil god, I don't trust you and the kid. Not well, actually, the kid's gonna be dead because you're gonna drown him.
No. He has to drown himself. That's part of the deal.
Either way, at the moment, the fight looks like it's gonna be you and me against an evil god, and I don't trust you enough to do that.
Clearly, you overvalue me and underestimate him.
Yeah, he's gonna whip out a scroll of divine favor. He's like, I got this. What are you worried about?
He's looking. He's just like, I don't. Would you explain what that is?
It's
What
radiant
that's-
damage.
Again, won't you be dead?
No.
No, the drowning comes after. He seemed pretty stickler for the order.
The drowning comes after the fight.
Right. We fight whatever this entity is, and then once it deems was worthy enough to win, then Tillus willingly drowns himself. What part of this is so hard to understand?
Not the order that was explained to me.
Well, I'm glad Tillus was at least able to pick up on it. Wouldn't make a lot of sense to ask you to help me fight a god after you've drowned yourself.
Be much easier for me, though.
If that's what it needed to be, I'm sure Tillus would find a way. See, when the boy and I work together, as we have not done for roughly 3 years, but when we do, things change. The world bends or opens a hole. So this fighting of a silly entity and drowning oneself to death, it's a trivial thing. We've seen worse. We've done worse. And we're stronger for it.
By one level, precisely.
By precisely one level.
Tillus does a little finger wave of his ring finger.
So it's nice to be dealing with someone who I can actually trust this time.
I think Walter just gives off a stony silence. Like at this point, this particular part of the venture, I think both Tilly's and Tassandra have proven that neither of them make good choices going into a dangerous situation. And having been an actual commander and not just like, oh, hey, I'm paying someone to work for me, I just think he is, as much as the two of you have egos the size of the Empire State Building.
Bigger. So much bigger.
It's pretty big.
Large egos. I think Walter is just burying it with the
to
grunt of-
sized.
Yeah, I think he's just like, whatever. Like this, I do not care enough about these people to let these things bother me.
Yeah, but you're curious. Part of him thinks they might actually do it. He can
Well,
deny it all he wants.
Kill Tilly's?
No, part of him knows Tillus and Tess just might be able to do this. For sure.
I mean, possibly, but
there
we're
it
just
is.
currently
That's
standing.
all I
here
need,
like,
baby.
That's all I need,
There's
the
that
doubt.
crack in the armor.
Inside doubt.
Just like that, my webs have skittered into that armor underneath that gross ass skin. Now I'm in there, baby. She's got her claws in there, ripe for manipulation.
Let me put it to you this way: upon coming back from the dead, Walter is reluctant to say anything is impossible because he's a little bit Lovecraftian in his views now. But I think seeing the way the two of you dealt with the fight earlier, he's like, I don't think the two of you will survive. Money. If you guys are red, he's heavily on betting on black.
Sure he is.
Well, as time carries on, it's only a couple hours before.
We have so much time. I was just gonna
Yeah,
detect magic and
absolutely.
like go along the walls and like go into every room, spider sense these webs with the
You going down
spider.
there?
Yeah.
Cool.
Tilly's spider senses.
Well, you going down to the spider lair?
I'm pretty much
is what
going
I'm saying.
everywhere, detecting, magicking, looking for anything we didn't find previously, and like investigating.
Oh. I'm just gonna move you for now. As you head down, specifically here, you see the fire has burned away all of the webs. All that remains in this room, in fact, is the charred corpse of a spider, the few burnt bones, and this stone altar with this big vial. Big vial. It seems to be filled with a reddish liquid.
There's a big
Still
vial here.
right there.
let's get some spiderage over there and then investigate that further.
Kind of coming over.
He's
you see-
being a little bit careful because he knows these spiders come from a different plane or can go there pretty easily because he saw that through the owl. So he is being careful, but he's
This
approaching
is
that.
probably anywhere between 400 to 500 liters of blood.
Okay. As soon as he sees that, he is going back and alerting everybody.
It's a massive thing. Like this thing is heavy as hell. Lifting it, issue, but it
Okay,
seems to be full.
while it's still in there, oh god, can I try to get any amount of control with control water?
Detecting magic, by the way, all of it seems to be a similar, like, radiant energy of divine magic, kind of similar to how the other vial was. So you get the sense this is probably all celestial blood too.
Okay. Damn it. Okay.
Hey, here's the question: if we feed the god blood into into Marjolaine, is she gonna get more powerful or explode?
Well, that's a discussion
Well, I find
for
out.
Tillis and Tess because that is the first person he comes in and tells.
Yep.
He's like, Tess, maybe I should talk to you out there. Get some fresh air. Been a while.
You know I don't need that, but fine. We'll be back. Keep at it, Walter. I believe in you.
Tink, tink, tink.
God, if this actually works and you just prove her to just be the biggest fucking fool in the world, her level of
I love
respect
it.
for you is going to go to the fucking stratosphere.
At this point, I almost hope Oog just
At this
lets me get
amount
away
of
with it, just
mockery.
the joke.
God, I hope this actually works. Just to put her in her place. Just to wipe that
Oog,
shit-eating
will you
grin off
accept
of her.
bribes, and would you accept a pizza ordered to your house?
Yeah.
Secondary question: what's your address, and what do you like on your pizza?
We'll see how the dice fall.
Yeah, he's
Alternative offer: I'll order you a bag of chocolate off of Amazon. Sweet, savory. I'm just
It's pretty
saying.
cool. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
Chocolate pizza.
Just do both.
I've been wrapping my mind around what might happen here.
Dessert
Let's see
pizza.
what goes. Let's see how the rest of this goes. As you two kind of
Feels this doesn't
peer
look like
down the
fresh air.
basement.
Tillis points to the big thing and he goes, "That is all celestial blood."
Oh, right. I nearly forgot about that whole thing. That wisp led me down here. And then, we lit it on fire and left, and I frankly stopped caring.
Well, no
Hmm.
webs and just a lot of blood.
Or are you proposing that we actually dump all of this into that basin, or that we use this for something else?
That is one option. The other option is to use it for something else. But now we don't have the transfusion machine, so I don't really know how feasible the other thing is.
Do you have a book of design?
I've seen you
Oh, I should say
manipulate-
you could probably based on that book you have, you could probably recreate that thing, given
Sick.
enough gold.
Never mind. I can
It's
remake
expensive.
that.
It's an expensive piece of machinery, mind you.
I've seen you manipulate water before. Can you do it to that?
That was one thing I want to try. Just even keeping it in there, just like making small shifts with control water. I want to see if I can do that.
Control
shape water.
to
Sorry.
you need shape water to try to bend
Just
the
to
blood.
see if he can control it at all.
Yeah.
To see if you can even move it.
No,
Okay.
it's not water.
No, I have no control over the blood.
Well, frankly, Marjolaine is unlikely to do that.
It's just she already has poured some blood in there. If that's the route we go, just more.
I suppose. Is that your actual plan? Is to fill the basin with this? It sounds like you had something else.
Well, from the book, I don't know how we would move it out of here, especially not from underneath Marjolaine's nose. So I don't know if this is at all possible. But I'm sure myself and maybe Rodori would like to be able to experiment with that. And I think before I gave that man too much, but I wonder if there's a balance that can be found.
This is gonna climb up on. Is it? It's like lidded.
Yeah, it has like almost like a seemingly a resilient, now charred cork that has seemingly protected it. The blood. It looks like a little bit of the blood was lost from heat and like coagulation, but it is mostly intact.
Crispy blood.
A little crispy, but there's still a lot of liquid blood in there. So
Till us find cork this, how long will we have?
Can I roll medicine?
see how long the blood will be fresh. This will be. You could roll medicine to determine how long human blood would last, and you could kind of base it off that. But a religion check would be more appropriate here because of the celestial nature.
Just for fun, then can I kind of combine the two and do a wisdom-based religion?
Sure.
This is worse for me, but I think it's more fun.
Oof.
Oh my god. Another one.
That's an oofies. No.
I have no idea. Well, okay. Were there any signs?
I would say, to be fair, you would know how long human blood, so you could estimate a few hours is safe, but it's iffy. It's different kind of a substance, a different kind of thing, but you just kind of generally know that blood being like
can I know
viable.
this? What if instead of corking it, what about melting the glass to like melt it shut and then stopping the melt so that it is contained in like its own glass vial instead of a
Melting the glass would
stoppered one?
require an extreme amount of heat, but you could see, if I understand your question,
Yeah.
you could seal the top of it with enough, if you melted the glass on the top, but it would require a certain amount of heat.
Okay. A couple hours, if it's anything like human, if we can get a hot enough heat source, we can maybe melt the glass, and that would be a more secure stopper. But I don't think I have anything quite so hot. Well, I do have one thing. Disintegrate!
Right. Well, in either case, you'll forgive me for being curious.
Just give me an idea about this. 2 liter, roughly about 4 pounds. So 1 liter is about 2 pounds. So this whole thing with the glass and all is probably close to like 800 pounds, 900 pounds. This is a heavy vial. This is a big. This is a lot of blood.
Good.
Big jug.
Well, in either case, Tess is she's going to disregard all of this and is going to try to uncork it.
It's like a hand-sized cork that you get to grab and pull it off, and and this almost sweet smell, kind of sweet irony smell, kind of hits your nostrils, but you don't willfully breathe, so you don't have to.
She would do that on
inhale it.
purpose.
Yeah, just kind of get a whiff. So as you look in, the blood is swirling in there. It is seemingly fresh. A little bit of it is like burnt and coagulated to the sides, of course, but from the heat. But a lot of this seems like good blood. Good blood.
I think she's like slowly removing her glove from one of her hands. You know, Tillis, you have a pretty decent idea of what I am, what my family are. You have a decent idea of what we can do, what type of magic we formed, the mental manipulation. It wasn't always that way. My people wasn't always like this. Used to be more barbaric, as I'm sure you understand. Takes a lot of effort for creatures of the night to become like us, to become Morlofs. It helped distinguish us from those animals. but the hunger is still there. Maybe I can still get something out of this. She's gonna dip her hand.
Yeah, not that it would. She needs it, but Tillis would just give a small bow, kind of as a like, do it. Go ahead.
Your hand, it slides in like the bottle. The opening of the bottle is wide enough that your entire arm can just slip in easily, and you go in as you're.
She's wanting to stick her hand in and try to like cup out some of it.
It drips this almost wax-like coloring, kind of dropping off of it. It sits there in your hands.
You understand experimentation, right, Tillis?
Happily marking the results.
Great. She's gonna send it.
So you kind of come forth some of your origins, your buried somewhat instincts seem to take over. The protrusions, your canines kind of protrude a little bit. It's odd. It hasn't happened before, even with eating any kind of other meat, but something about this, something's just specifically delectable. And kind of, as the blood touches them, they sort of almost act like syringes and kind of siphon it in into a very, well, vampiric fashion. It's odd. Nothing that's happened to you before, but kind of tapping into this. It's tasty, sustaining, if you feel like you just ate a nice hearty meal, but what that actually means remains to be seen. What it actually does. No other obvious effects right now. But it is the fact that you could do that at all is peculiar. Very strange.
Seems I can do that.
How do you feel?
Full. I don't require much, but usually more than a handful of anything.
Tillis writes that down, but he puts a little question mark next to it.
So that's something. Whether or not it's actually sustaining is another question, but it's filling. Also, I found that my teeth reacted to it. That's strange.
That is
I
true.
don't hate it.
Are we taking some back for later? Are we using it to dump? I don't know if we're within an hour's walk of anywhere in particular.
And you look at your hand as you pull it, kind of like looking back to it, where you would expect there's a lot of drippage and stuff, and sure, some of it has kind of made it, but anywhere a trail kind of went to has almost been vacuumed out, where your hand is now perfectly clean. Your teeth are efficient. They got some suck on them.
Yeah, I'm curious. She's going to empty out her water skin entirely and submerge the whole thing and see if she can fill it.
Yeah, how many liters the waters can hold?
Look,
Whoa!
I'm gonna see if it's
Oh. Whatever, yeah, you made noise and it was unintelligible. Now I see. Now I hear. Now I know.
4 pints of liquid.
4 pints. Great. What's a pint to a
Yeah.
liter? Oh no! Oh no! That's a terrible fraction. That's the worst.
It's 0.47. It's 0.5.
Oh, we can pretend it's 0.5. We can pretend it's 0.5.
4 US liquid pints is 1.9 liters.
It's about 2. So it's about
So
half
it's
a. It's about
just
half
about
a
two, yeah.
half a liter per pint,
Correct.
Yeah.
Roughly.
more or less. We'll go with that.
So 2 liters of this stuff. She got her 2 liter.
Got
For
2
Dr.
liters
Pepper
of
to go.
blood.
That's 4 pounds. We know that. Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, crazy.
Coke bottle of God blood.
5 pounds. Oh, because a pound of it's probably the water skin itself. That makes sense. Wow, Watsy, look at you go.
Wow.
Wow, makes sense.
Makes sense.
I guess what's the density? What?
That's true.
Too far.
It's about as much as Coca-Cola, and that's what I was measuring against, so it should be fine. Probably.
Well, my chest isn't immediately expanding, and I'm not dying yet, so
Does Tillis think that getting this blood in the individual vials, the blue vials, will last longer than in this big thing, or does it
Yeah,
not?
the blue vials seem to be enchanted with some sort of like slight refrigeration / preservation quality, so they'll last longer. And they're about 12 empty vials, or 12 liters of empty blue vials, plus the one you already had that you emptied, so that one, 13.
Yeah, Tillis will.
So that would include 12. That would be 12 included that one, so 11 plus that one, yeah.
Tillis will fill and stopper his, and he'll be like, I think this is a magical means of preserving it, so there's more in there. Let me
Well,
go
let's
back and
start
grab
filling.
Found Yeti water bottles.
let's go get all of them.
What's this circle for?
Oh, in the
Marginally doing
room?
salt.
Yeah.
Oh, Drew.
Salting the thing.
Yeah, I guess Tillis and Tess will get the other 12 and fill them up.
That is the goal.
Gauging it now with all of that I've taken. Tilly's, you're a smart boy, kind of measuring it and like taking a bit out, looking at it. You can gauge there's probably about 342 liters remaining in this container. In the big one.
Gotcha. Does Tess want to hold on to some, or just put them all in the handy haversack?
I have enough.
Okay. Then yeah, all 13 in the handy haversack. How much is that weight?
They are 5 pounds each.
5 pounds each. Of the vials? The vials are 5 pounds?
With the blood in them, they
Oh,
are.
okay. Sure. Oh, sure.
Because it's 2 liters of blood plus like a pound for
Yeah.
the glass.
Okay.
The
So
bottles
they're
carry the
water
same amount
skins
of
of
water
it,
skins?
basically. So
The
26
vials
liters?
carry a liter. Sorry, so it's half that. It's two. It's what did I say? 5? So
Yeah.
like 3.5.
Yes.
2.5. 2.5.
Yeah, 2.5.
I don't know how to do math.
2.5 times 13, 32 extra pounds. Okay.
Yes. Anything else you're doing down here?
No, that's it for me.
Do we do anything with the rest? Do we get Marjolaine to deal with this?
If I think we have enough for what we can save, so might as well pour the rest in.
All right, maybe removing that much. I'm sure there's a bucket.
Yeah,
Might
the
have used
rest
this
of this is
manually.
like it's like 600 pounds of blood still remaining, so moving it is still tricky. But up to you.
We have the barrel.
I mean, there was a keg in the previous room. They had to get it there somehow. It's probably some, I don't know, dollies.
They were also mages.
Hmm.
Tilly's
Sons of
have
bitches.
floating discs.
No, I do not.
Ah, darn.
I don't have much of
Even
anything
then,
right now
floating disc
anyway.
wouldn't be enough.
Pivot.
Pivot.
Yeah. Well, that's probably something we can discuss as a group, so I'll probably head back.
Gotcha. So heading back.
Good find,
Modulin,
Killer.
where are you going? Well, you have plenty of time to do this, so what are you up to?
Remind me, what was the deal with this hallway? Because we
You,
just on this hallway.
You sure do. Coming down this hallway, right here, there is a hole in the ceiling.
The
And in
ceiling,
front of
okay.
you, there is a stairway that is fallen in on itself. That goes up to another little room, it seems. You could try to, cross this with a athletics or an acrobatics check. If you wanted to go up, there, up the stairs.
How much is the gap?
Not far. You essentially either have to like jump across or like wedge yourself across and kind of like get across a bit. It's probably like a 5 or 6 foot like distance. It's going up. So it's like a slope where the stairs fall in on itself, and then 5 or 6 feet of it have just fallen in.
Yeah, I think I could jump that far with my strength score.
Here you see a bedroom containing personal effects. A dresser hangs open where some seemingly sets of clothes have rotted away, and you see the rest of what you see here. These little thingies are pillars, of course, which I think they probably block your vision, so you can tell. Yeah. And that's a hole in the floor. If you step in it, you're gonna fall. Of course.
All right. On the floor. Just giving this room a cursory glance. Does it seem to give any clues as to like who used this room before it became in disrepair?
From what you can tell, the only personal effects that you could theoretically investigate and maybe ask questions about would be pertaining to these clothes that have left over, as well as maybe some symbology on this altar. Other than that, there's a nice bathtub and mirror here, but they are broken and shattered, and don't really provide too much context on like who was here besides someone who could afford such nice things. But you could investigate either of those probably a little closer.
Sure. Does the altar look anything like the one in the entrance, or is this look different?
Looking it over, this does seem to be a different altar. It's much more finely crafted, but any like religious symbology seems to have been taken or obscured. That was once with us. I believe this is where the chalice was, but that's been taken since then. What's left is a stone altar. Weef. At least I thought you had that. You do have that. Someone grabbed that, I thought. Was that not a thing?
Sorry, what was
Did I
that?
not describe that? Maybe I didn't. I did describe when you went in there, Sandro. Didn't I describe like a chalice on this altar? Didn't you take it, or did you leave it there? You did take it.
No, she
you have
she
it.
took the chalice, and that's what
Okay,
popped
good.
all the shadows.
Yeah. Good. You have it in your inventory, yes?
Not an item. I made a fake.
I don't even see the fake item.
I also didn't have the Zonkathon thing in my inventory either. I feel like my inventory not saved because I was missing a couple of things.
Well, that's odd, actually. Hang on.
Oh,
Let me
sorry.
I
make
absolutely
sure.
took the chalice because
Sorry.
that's what prompted all the
I thought
shadows
so
to
too.
chase me.
I was muted. I have the Zonkathon book. If you want to illustrate it back, I can. But right now
Oh,
it's
that's what the book is. But it doesn't like you have the, so to go ahead and have that challenge, but... Yes. Yes. Do you remember anything I described about that? Just curious, because I don't want to like give things away about the challenge that I didn't give away then. So I wonder if you remember anything that I told you there.
No, it's that the chalice is on the altar in I think here.
Correct.
And that this altar was like a more refined version of the big one that was downstairs, and that the chalice it didn't have any liquid in it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so. But it had like a residue. I think it was like a black residue or something inside of it. Maybe it was blue.
Good.
And then all of the shadows popped out, and
Good.
she took it and
Yes.
left. So I didn't get any more detail than that. But there's a black residue inside of it,
Good.
blackish bluish. of those.
Looking it over then, here, yeah. Any of the religious iconography has long since either been taken away, like I said, because I think there was some stuff on that challenge that hinted about who this was about, but not too much of a spoiler at this point. But yeah, it does seem to be a refined altar of some sort, but the script has gone illegible. Besides what was taken. But you... Oh, actually, make a perception check. I can get you to make a check. I can do
I
it.
guess there's like just to reiterate so nothing gets
Well-
up. Whenever I was in the room, the only things that I looked into was I opened this closet and there
Yeah.
was clothing. I did the altar, and then I also noted that this is a broken mirror, and that's all the stuff I went into in the room. So anything else is new.
Absolutely. So, with that, then yeah, looking over the altar, it seems like someone could have used a coaster, as there's just a little like ring on the top of the altar, but that's about it.
Gotcha. You mentioned there were clothes rotting away
Yeah.
over here.
There were a set of rotten clothes here.
Yeah, did the clothes betray this person's
History check.
anything? His story.
Oh my god.
Lots of twos.
They look like robes of some sort that probably belong to some sort of prominent individual, probably a caster of some sort, but you don't know much else besides that.
All right.
Down the hole.
Give up.
Jump into the hole.
Okay, not many clues left.
If there's this spot. Boom, there you go.
All right. All right. I imagine
So-
Marjolaine meets you coming back from the other room.
Yeah, absolutely. So like you both, whoever was coming out of the basement there, you guys kind of have a bit of a run into each other as you start to rendezvous and head back down the hallway. Unless you were saying anything to each other, unless you're talking shit in the hallways.
No, this is actually perfect. Marjolaine, we found something fairly heavy. Likely far beyond your means, but it's filled with that celestial blood. Maybe we could
Oh, it's-
dump it into that basin. Solve this whole thing. I figured if anyone is innocent, it would be celestials.
You would be surprised.
You know, now that you say that, I feel silly for having said it. But you're right. I would be a little bit surprised. Point being, we have a whole thing down there and not a lot of ways to move it.
You know, as I mentioned before, many hands make light work. Chili's, do you
Right,
have
but
a
part of me
piece that
almost-
could help us?
Wants to believe in Walter.
Do
'Cause,
I have
mean,
a beast that could
there's
help?
no chance it actually works, but what if it does?
Let me check. I might.
Would your spider help us?
He could probably help.
I need you to summon a monkey so he can hold things in both hands and with his tail.
An
I'll tell
ape
you,
is
I'm gonna
CR1,
pull
but
the
I don't know
veil.
if it counts as
I
a
want to
mount.
pull the veil back a little bit because I've been wrestling with this question. It's like, what happens when Walter gets to the end of this? I've been wrestling with it for a while.
Oh
now.
gosh.
Many hours I've been wrestling with it. I'm just gonna let you know.
Baby.
I'm gonna roll a dice to determine. I'm not gonna tell you what happens or what happens now, but I'm just gonna let you know now that I'm gonna roll that dice now, and I'm gonna look at it. I know what it means. I very clearly know what it means. Okay, just so you all know, just putting that part out there. I'm gonna roll that dice.
There's no shot it actually works, but if it does, goddamn it, that'd be hilarious.
That's I want. Like I don't think it's gonna work, but I
Oh my
want it to
god,
work
what
now
a
just for
character
the
redefining moment.
We'll
We might just take all the wind out of Tessa's sails.
we'll revisit this in a moment.
Can I just put something out there real quick?
Yeah.
If it gets to the point and there's a tiny little crack and Walter sees it isn't gonna work, because there's like the way that he'll realize that will be far beyond before anyone else notices that. He will absolutely like with the next swing disturb it and cause like destabilization so he can have the excuse of the whole thing would
Ellen.
come down if I tried.
Absolutely. That being said,
Just setting that up.
I'm not going to tell you how this is going to influence it, but based on what you just told me, I want you to just roll a d20. Don't add anything to it. Just roll a d20.
80-20.
Singular d20. Cool. Wow.
Good or bad? Probably good. Maybe, but who knows?
A Giga Chad says, I would like to roll a 1. Whatever it means, a 1.
A 19 is actually the amount of damage that it's going to do when the rocks fall on me, and you guys are going to walk in, and it's just Walter's destroyed corpse.
Rocks fall.
Oh no.
You die.
Walter died.
Oh no. A mining
Oh.
accident.
You come in just in time to see like
How
the actual embodiment
unfortunate.
of non-existence, like consuming his soul, and he's like, "I told you everything." So
Go on, Marjolaine, do his funeral rites. Burn him or something.
I'm non-denominational imperial.
My ancestors are smiling at me. Can you say the same? Old Vestian.
So as you wander down, you see the big jug of blood in this thick glass vial. It's massive.
Be
Is there a beast? A spider, perhaps?
Yeah, the spider is willing to help. I don't think I have a gorilla, so spider might be best. And I don't have
Yeah,
any other
spider
spell
help.
slots, so it's gonna have to do.
Yeah, whoever wants to help lift this is gonna be an athletics check, strength-based athletics check to try to kind of heave this all the way over to where you need it to go. It's heavy. Marjolaine, however, you can carry just by default up to 570 pounds. You're what's making this possible. But anything else that kind of goes into this is gonna help a lot, frankly.
Like when you have one purple Pikmin and like 3 red Pikmin, and it just at the level.
Just enough, absolutely. So everyone can make their everyone who wants to help contribute to this.
I'm going to Bardic Inspiration. All 3 of us. Something along Glow Marjolaine's like, getting rid of fucking hoist or something. And something along of like, normally I'd say lift with your legs, but lift with your faith or something. Prop it up on your pedestal.
With oh god, I don't know if this is gonna be possible, but with a clever use of shape water, can I like kind of try to make little ramps that it might be easier to guide it along of ice?
Yeah,
Hmm,
I'll
like
consider
little
that
rails.
one.
Yeah.
I'll consider that one. Like you making ice constructions with like what water you have, and to try to like shape like a little bit of braces and stuff where you need it. Absolutely. I'll consider that in the DC.
Okay, cool. All right, athletics, everybody with Bardic Inspiration.
Yeah. Can I don't think Tess is
Or
like
even
very
better to make it public because it makes it more fun that way. Everyone gets a +2 from the icy effects. There you
just
go.
to
That's-
make it a little bit more like in character, because I don't have a giant spider and nor do I have muscles. I think Tessa's way of like helping in her own little way is to, I don't know, maybe use like suggestion or command, like try to use her mental magic to be like, lift that fucking thing, like that sort of thing, to try to like any mental inhibitions, any doubts you have, it's like I can't lift that, just to get rid of them. So you just kind of like, mom with a child stuck under a car, bring your
Sure, why
mom's
not?
strength out.
Absolutely. Make a spellcasting ability check then.
Cool.
Your motivational speech is just, "We can't let Walter be successful."
Now we were on a time crunch before because I'm impatient, but now we're also on a time crunch because if he beats us, we all lose. I'm just gonna do a save. With my inspiration, I'm just gonna add it. Oh,
Ho ho! Ho ho!
it might be my first one on a Bardic Inspiration for the entire campaign.
Ho ho!
The vials that we had collected earlier, are those the same?
Plus 2, 30.
The special vials, or are they regular vials?
There are normal vials that there were 12 of that contain blood, and there were blue vials, which there were 12 of, that were seemingly containing some more protective enchantments on them.
Okay, and the 12 special ones were already taken by this time.
Already filled with blood, yeah, and taken, absolutely. Wait, by the time when? I think so. Tillis just took them like last time he was in there. Do you remember when you went in there last? Was it after Tillis just went in there?
Because I was in there when everybody left and we went back and we got more blood, but I imagine by that time they had already been taken.
Yes.
Wait, what are we talking about?
No. By that time they weren't, but now they have been. So yes, we'll say for simplicity, yes.
Yes to
They
what?
were,
I'm sorry.
they were gone. Tillis has those vials. That's the easiest way to put it. The extra
Okay.
vials Tillis has, yeah.
Does Marjorie know Tilly's has the vials, or has she just seen that the vials are gone?
The
and is
vials were
assumed that-
there, and then they were. She saw them not being there afterwards. So
Yeah, they're
Okay.
all in the handy haversack.
she knows the vials exist, and she knows the vials are not there. So, if that helps you.
The vials that Marjolaine has are not the blue ones.
Right. We had the red ones. That's the ones that we were dumping into the basin.
Correct.
Because the blue ones weren't filled, so they didn't have any blood in them.
Yes.
Now
the
the
blue ones
question is, does Marjolaine have object permanence?
were-
If no, could be up in the air. What
Could be cool.
vials? Must have been the wind.
Must have been the wind. Marjolaine will ask, would we be able to keep at least 5 liters of this?
Yes. Well, I presume that we're going to dump as much as we need to. And
There's,
if it requires all of it, then all of it.
there's
And if
about
it's not enough, then we can siphon it back out.
342 liters in there.
So this is not enough.
What about your trick?
Maybe the quality will sweeten the deal.
I suppose. Sorry, I didn't do my roll yet.
Maybe the blood of an innocent is worth a little bit more than the blood of a commoner.
With all of that, you three, like in the
What?
spider and everything, yeah, you just rip. It's like it's effortless. You guys are just casually talking as you're carrying this giant fucking vat of liquid down the hall. You guys can
That's
head on
just
with your
doing
vat.
like the classic supervisor. Go on. You got it.
Come on, oh,
Great
oh,
job,
pivot,
team.
pivot.
Somebody's over here.
Back to it every time.
Has her hand on the back of it, but is supporting none of the weight whatsoever. And it's just like, I'm participating.
Trust me.
You've got this, Marjolaine. Big girl. Wide shoulders.
All right.
Around this time, just kind of abstracted a little bit because it does take some time there. Walter, you're getting through to the edge, and as your pickaxe hits and clears a little bit of a hole for you to see the other side of this wall, you do see the shadowy energy kind of coalescing to kind of create that barrier, unfortunately. So it does seem to be protecting the outside of this wall too.
Can I ask, now that we know what my D20 roll determined?
Oh, what it was? So I was kind of curious. I had my ultimate deciding factor was a simple one. I rolled let me scroll back up to it. A percentile die. And I rolled basically the way I said it was just kind of framework, right? Because I rolled a D100 and I said the top 10% would be the if you got 90 to 10, I was like, you get it. It's all good. And there's no barrier. And I rolled just under it. In fact, I rolled 60. Which means, no, sat 90. I rolled a number. I can't find it actually. But basically, there was a number. Look, you just had to be there, okay? Look, it made more sense at the time. I was
It's
going to
really
take this
long-winded
number,
way
and
to
I was going to
arbitrarily
add
decide.
this number. No, I was going to take this number and add this number, and if it was the
I
right
think it was a
number,
Price of
it was
Right
gonna
game.
Be the right, yeah, it was. If it was the right number, it would have been the number.
Oh,
but
you
it
were
wasn't
spinning the
number.
wheel on Price is Right, and you already had like 70, and you wanted to get to $1, but I guess we went over.
Correct.
If I'm understanding.
You went over.
I went over.
Right. You
19
went
was
into
too
the.
much.
You went into the 100.
Yeah, once you get past $1, you're out.
Yeah. The idea was you were the D20
Yeah,
roll
that's
that I
sweet
wanted to do
spot.
it was trying to roll in between 90 and 100 with what I had previously rolled.
Damn it.
It was a very convoluted way to do
Which
it. I'll
means
admit
that
it.
because you went over, you had a
The
50%
only
chance.
fucking time I've rolled high this entire session and it fucked me over.
You were just a little lower
It's a
too. That's
fucking
what was really
showcase.
funky.
The showcase will get you.
Yeah, so before anyone got in there, Walter definitely just intentionally destabilized the whole thing. And I think people walk in to see his arm literally crushed under a bunch of rubble, like completely broken in a horrifying way. And he's just standing there looking at it.
How's it going there? Great.
Yeah.
Hope it works out for you. While Marjolaine's been hulking out of her mind, blood vessels popping.
Oh, I
in her
imagine it's like
arms.
on the back of the spider. So she's like holding it up, and the spider's like carrying some of the weight, but she's definitely carrying most of it.
And like the spider's back is like arching, and I was like bending back, dragging on the ground a little bit. Well, actually,
see
no, you
her
guys are
bicep
super
in her
well, so you
armor.
guys have like fit profited up pretty good.
Well, Tillis is still whipping. He's like, "Go!"
Go, get. Spider has webs wrapped around it to kind of like make a backpack. Yeah, absolutely.
Walter is just casually stuck inside of a wall now. Until somebody wrenches his arm out.
Oh God, we have to dig him out now.
It's a lot easier than digging in. The damage is done.
Right. Dump. Fill it.
Tillis will come over here and have the spider like stick onto some rocks and move him aside.
Yeah, there's a very more
Oh,
wet
after
than it
dumping.
should be crunch as Walter gets pulled up by the spider.
He has no bones, only cartilage. Only squishy, not bones.
Yeah, Walter's flesh comes off like a sleeve, and he has to like pull it out and put it back
Gross. You degloved your whole arm.
on. Walter's such a fucking
we
mess.
fill this thing, yeah?
Tillis isn't going to say it, but he's like, maybe you should get a drink of this stuff. But yes, we're
Of
dumping
me?
it in.
He might
You're pouring
explode.
it in.
If Marjolaine
Yep.
approves, she's got the reins.
Yep.
Okay. That being said, okay, this note goes here. This. Wait. I need to move this. There we go. Cool. Boop. Nice. So, as you pour all of the blood in there, it swirls and fills in this stone basin, and it looks about 347 500ths full. It's there. It's filled. The shadow lessens the same way it has been with other full, but you do get the sense that this probably counts 1 to 1.
Damn.
So you're, just to kind of recount, you're at 347 liters out of 500 liters theoretically needed. 342 of these liters are celestial blood. 5 of these liters are not.
Just kind of where we're at. If this is lessened, can Tillis have the spider put a foot into it and see if it gets hurt as much as Walter did?
Yeah. That being said, I need to make it. It needs to make a Constitution saving throw.
7.
Is that enough?
Is that enough?
No.
Hmm.
You take 14 points of necrotic damage. I can't get to your spider.
Okay. That seems like it's the same amount, so I guess it still hurts the same.
Hard to say. Could, based on how dice is rolled, it could be anything.
Well, that's his observation, so.
I accidentally changed
Ugh.
your spider. There we go. Fixed it.
This wall still seems as powerful as before.
Yep. Seems that he's not one to be duped. Part of me respects it, and the other part thinks he's a little greedy. Whatever.
So you found 3/5 of the blood laying around.
Well, we didn't go and make it.
It's more the amount that I found weird.
Yes, correct. And this is the celestial stuff.
Isn't that weird? We have somebody here making the blood. Of course, they'd have a batch. It is weird that the person with the machine is not in the same room as what the batch was, but sometimes that happens.
And the one downstairs had all that iconography. Whatever.
Walter's
Maybe
gonna
it's
walk
some
over
silly ritual of a raving old woman.
and look at the basin of god blood, and in a very quiet voice to Marjoline, say, "You're more of an expert on celestial things. Think it would fix what's wrong with me?"
Believe it would. I don't know what you're made of, but anything like human we saw before, it's actually make things worse.
Sorry, part of that sentence glitched out on my end. What was it? If you don't know what I was like before, but
Oh, I don't know what you're made of, but if you're anything like the human we treated before, it would do more harm.
there's a complicated hunger in Walter's eyes. He says nothing.
Right, I suppose we're done messing around. We should prepare ourselves.
Would somebody proficient in medicine understand that saline is like very close to a substitute for blood?
Like a saline solution.
Yeah.
I'll say like medicinally, you'll know that that is like a, you can do something like that, but your knowledge of like religion and like magical things know that magic's very specific. If it says blood, it means blood. If it says water, it means water. That's like why shape water. If it says shapes water, it means water. Think of the spell descriptions you have as like what scholars have written down to understand how the magic works. It specifically does what it specifically says. And the same thing kind of would be applied there.
Gotcha.
Are we standing in a salt circle?
Yeah.
Salt circle, yeah.
I don't know what everyone's passive perceptions are, but I think Walter, not really realizing it, has started to absentmindedly like scratch at some of his non-existent wounds, like the old ghost wounds. He doesn't realize that it's because of the salt circle, but depending on what your passive perception is, like he's definitely uncomfortable being inside the circle.
Yeah, my passive perception is garbage, so.
Same.
As we kind of gather around this altar with it partially filled with blood, we are left with a choice for next session. But that being, wait around, wait for the last little bits, and face whatever trial the creature that you discussed has for you. Follow along with its plan to whatever machinations that may be, or go get 20 more people's blood ish and fill this basin, and they have to be innocent, mind you.
We killed anybody nearby?
Have I killed 20 people nearby anytime recently within the
We killed a duck. What's more
it's
innocent
something
than a
of
duck?
valid question.
I mean, annoyingly
Recently?
enough, if I had the patience, I could likely lead my cultists out here if I hadn't condemned them to a gruesome death.
Oh, we should have collected their blood.
All right, well, hindsight 2020, all of that.
But
And I'm not going to
That's-
apologize for it.
I did what I had to at the time with the
And I would
information
do
I
it all
had.
again. I felt like I had to poison and kill everyone. I had to. I didn't
It
have a
was my
choice. It's
only
not my
choice.
hands, frankly.
I was pleasing one god, but now I could have realized there was another god worth pleasing. This
And,
god
like,
has my
they're kind
shards.
of homies.
That being said, we'll kind of wrap up this session here as you all kind of gather around there. Next week, we shall return in this
Chin
moment,
scratcher.
and I hope you're all prepared.
I
As
also
all-
fully understand that I'm dragging you all around by the neck. I get it. So thanks for humoring me. Not being like, no, and just leave. Matt
Don't-
appreciates it. Tess doesn't.
Yeah, exactly.
knows.
Don't feel like you have to go through the scary ritual that could be dangerous.
I mean, look, I played my card. I was so hoping that one was gonna work.
There was a part
You
of
know,
me
part
that
of me
really
was too,
wanted
because-
to.
I just want Tess to be wrong. Like, I
I
just want to be
would've,
wrong once.
If Oog
Pick
wasn't,
something more wrong to be wrong about. You're always on base about things you make assumptions
She's
about.
always so fucking correct, and it's so
Too
annoying.
red-pilled.
if it wasn't already rolled, I would have given a hero point for the do the impossible. I want it to work.
It's true.
Oh shit! I should have burned my one hero point on making the wall.
the
You should have done it.
Impossible.
You should have.
Oh fuck!
20,
I totally
20
forgot it was in
hindsight.
Chinese.
It'd be so
40
funny if the
hindsight.
impossible was this god's like, oh fuck the wall.
The wall! God
God
damn it!
damn it, Stone.
I
I'm
never
just
thought
waiting,
anyone would
Stone was
tunnel
invented.
The
around.
last time that's
In my
happened.
time,
It's
we
been-
hadn't invented pickaxes, you see.
It's been so
So
long since
Stone
someone
was
tried the wall.
impassable.
No one ever tries the wall. I figured I could get away with just doing a little bit of coverage, just a little bit on the
Listen,
door.
you got me.
That was
You win
enough.
this one. Just take one. Be fair. Stop being a
Be
dick.
fair, come on.
You guys have
Dick.
just said you wanted one. Just take the one.
Take the shot. Come
Ron
on.
Githon is like invisible, biting his god nails. He's just like, it's not gonna work, right? Like I remembered to cover the whole thing, right?
Did I put the
I did
sides
everything
on?
once, right?
I was
Fucking
rushed.
so
I had
long
no
ago.
crumbles to get to. This is the one that I didn't skimp on, right? There's one of them that I forgot to go back to. Which one is this one?
Which one was it?
It's this one!
Yeah,
I
and the
tell
saddest
ya.
part of this whole thing is that, like, as a magic item, the Othos kind of shit. Like, comically enough, it's kind of a shit item. It doesn't really do anything. But
The
like,
one in 5e is. Oh.
well, fine, whatever. But like mechanically,
Yeah.
Oathbow, as I know, is kind of shit. It's frankly not worth pursuing. But like the
No, this
lore,
is-
the mythos of this Oathbow, the message it sends, Tess is obsessed with it.
The item card of what the Oathbow does is far underwhelming compared to what this quest has been thus far. But
Yeah, no
this
shit.
Oathbow is a special Oathbow. It's the Oathbow. It has a "the" in front of
We'll
it.
see.
See, if you go to the D&D Beyond, the difference being, if you look up Oathbow, you'll find an item called Oathbow. But the Oathbow, that's entirely different
Mm,
ballgame.
this one's in caps.
A definite article.
Yes. That being said,
Okay, that's kind of good to know that like, I'm not doing all this for the default Oathbow.
you're not doing it for the
It's like-
default Oathbow.
I feel bad for everyone else. I would still do it because of the story, but like, it'd be really funny. But it's like, yes, I have it. The thing. What does it do? It adds a couple pluses on one thing per day.
Per
But, like,
day.
it's really cool, and
It's
it
pretty
talks
sick.
a lot.
Uh,
It whispers a lot of shit in Elvish. It's like really annoying. You can't ever sneak up on anything. 'Cause it never shuts the fuck up. It's like, yo, I could give you like a +2 on that thing, and advantage on that one guy. But
It's
that
pretty sick.
once, and but you can't change it. No takesies backsies.
Swear that is your enemy. Swear.
Yeah.
Swear to me.
Kill
Swear
it.
to
Kill it
me.
dead.
Swear to me. Yeah, I'm.
This spoiler alert: the red shadow is actually the consciousness inside of the Oathbow.
I am curious what route we end up pursuing with this doorway here because, well, there's a few. The one we're going, cool.
It's probably not the get 20 people in here, but maybe it is. Maybe someone's got a great suggestion for how we do that.
Maybe
I'll
we
say.
hear off in the distance. Hello?
Does anyone need help?
Me
We have
and
had
19
20
other
men.
explorers saw this opening and deemed to check if there was anyone here. Are you all alone? There's 20 of us.
Like among the Amogus, among the like
Amogus.
the collection of like Oathbow shards, you did see like it's sitting on like a pile of treasure and coins, and there's like chests in the room. So there's some stuff, other stuff in there. So one route is inherently more lucrative. You
That's
know that
true.
much.
We could get 20 people and be
And you
rich.
guess the color of
You
this
could be
katana.
richer
The blade
for it.
itself is one of the most beautiful colors of blade.
Damn, you know what?
Wait,
That's
the
pretty-
completing
pretty
the
black
test
and
does
white,
not
she's
make
not
the
leaving it up
gold
the shard.
just gets us the shard.
If we're
Ooh,
back
really
there
is a woodworker's
and we're
best
like,
friend.
oh, there's this
If you're
other,
planing,
then we'd be like,
and
okay,
it's getting hard to push. and
the
it's not
shard is
feeling like
mine
it's sucking
regardless.
down
But
on.
if we really
You might
want
need to
this,
put
we
a
just have to
little
go and
lube on your
murder
soul.
20 innocent
Just a
people.
few strokes down
You
the
on board,
center,
Marjolaine?
and suddenly the plane feels like it flies.
That's the assumption.
Well, the
Can
thing
I,
is to-
can I clarify?
Same thing with saws. You ever find that they're
Beating the
binding
test does not
and twisting
give
the
us the rest. It just gives us the shard.
Grab some of that.
Correct. It gives us
Right down
access
the
to
sides of
one
the
piece of
plate.
treasure, and
It's amazing
he
how
seemed to
it just
know that
then
she's referring to the
slides
shard
through the work.
because she says, "I don't give a shit about the rest of it. I'm only here for one thing."
Was
A
that
lot of people
relate to
absolutely
anybody
love
else?
putting oil on
No.
rag.
This is
think
only a
so.
conversation between her and Zonkathan was that instead of 100 the blood of 100 innocents for all of your treasure, give me one and I will promise you a nation.
And vodka down.
And then he seemed to be like, well, if you can fight a
Very good.
god and then also kill your friend, you could
Maybe I'll
I
consider it.
suppose you could have the one.
I like your style.
Or, you know, just go get like 20 bucks and like it's fine.
A little healthy for my
I
taste.
do-
You can have all of it, I guess.
I do enjoy that everyone seems to think that like Walter doesn't have like a lofty overarching goal when clearly he has one singular purpose that he's working towards and everything else is so beneath his notice. I want to know how that's going to end up being when
I think we've
Like,
all noticed, at least Tillis and Tess for sure.